Ready whenever you are. So it's 2 o'clock, it's 2:01 actually. Let's go ahead and call this workshop to order.
So first up, we have Stephen Agapi on the line to go over the engineer's report, which is a piece of this fun puzzle of assessment methodology. So with that, I'll turn it over to him to go over his report briefly, and then Russ will take it from there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Stephen Agapi, District Engineer, Tetra Tech. Sorry, just getting a little feedback here. One moment. Turn my microphone down a little bit. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Perfect. All right, so as part of the assessment methodology, you are required to provide an engineer's report. We've been invited to participate in this, and we have started preparing the first portion of this, which is the waterway management section. We are starting to work on the roadway one, which will be coming at the future workshop. So today we are just presenting on the waterway management portion of this. So just as a quick background, Gateway spans over approximately 4,400 acres of land. There is 146 lakes and ponds and 56 conservation areas, along with miles of storm pipes, inlets, control structures, and swales throughout Gateway. As you know, when it rains, all this rainwater is collected and directed to the lakes and the flowway. And as they meander down, they go through the different basins. There's 6 stormwater basins within Gateway, and they work through. I'm sorry, was there a question?
Before you go any further, you say 146 lakes and ponds and 56 conservation areas. Does that mean are these designated conservation areas that meet federal standards for conservation and cannot be built on or anything at any time and must be preserved in a certain way? Or are these just open spaces that you're calling these conservation areas?
These are the wetlands that you typically see with all of the cypress trees that are, they're usually adjacent to a lake or a pond. But no, these are true conservation areas where it's not open space. This is like wetland habitat.
Okay, but they're controlled, they're under somebody's control for the conservation issues, correct?
Yes. So I believe Gateway is responsible for maintaining all of the exotic vegetation within the wetlands. That is correct.
Steve, maybe I can jump in if it's okay, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Some of the older permitting processes by the South Florida Water Management District, I believe the Corps of Engineers may have been involved with, on a permit, they would identify conservation areas. Initially, up until like the early 90s, South Florida Water Management District did not require per se conservation easements to be recorded, but they delineated on permits conservation areas. We learned that years ago with the golf course. We had an issue with the golf course area being impacted by a vendor, and it was a water management drainage easement with a conservation area designation in the South Florida permit. So you have either a condition of a permit from either South Florida, Lee County, Army Corps, or the city of Fort Myers, or nowadays it's a conservation easement. And those conservation easements, at times you can apply to modify them, but it's difficult to modify them, because to do that, if it's still viable wetlands or has ecological value, then there needs to be mitigation, which could be in the form of addressing the impacts by way of additional acreage elsewhere, or money. So that's some of the way. And Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's sort of the regime nowadays. Okay. And for example, I've seen it where there has been like 1/10 of an acre of an area designated and had a recorded conservation easement, and a developer or property owner or association wanted to impact that for a particular reason, like to expand a bocce court, say, that permitting, they'd go back to the permitting process, modify the conservation easement and mitigate for it. Right. So of course, going back to the agencies.
Okay, and so we have on parcels of property identified areas that are conservation areas. And that's what you're counting in these, in this 56 areas.
Correct.
Something that's on a deed and it says conservation area, correct?
It may be on a plat, it may be a conservation easement recorded, or maybe a conservation area identified on a permit.
We have that
Correct.
map Johnson prepared years ago that identifies both in Gateway and Pelican, all of the ponds by number and designation and all the conservation areas.
We'll get to that.
Places like that,
Okay,
big wetlands,
yeah.
cypress heads and all that good stuff.
Well, to Carol's point, I know of 18 conservation areas designated and maintained conservation areas within Pelican. And Stephen, I guess is directed to you. Are there 38 at Gateway?
I know the total number. I don't have it broken down by, I don't have that in front of me, how many are exactly in Gateway versus Pelican right now.
Okay, well, I'd kind of like to know that. The other thing is the lakes, ponds, whatever we want to call them. This reference is the first line, 146. Is that still a good number? 146
Yep.
lakes. Because Pelican's got 58, that means in all of Gateway, there's only 48? Or did am I guessing wrong?
150.
Eight, like 80.
I think it was
I
like
thought it was
86,
83.
86, I thought that,
Okay,
I don't
no.
know, but I think it's 86 on our side.
Well, the 86 and 58,
How many do you have, Ashish?
58,
So 146 minus 58 is 88.
88.
Yeah.
Okay, that's close enough.
Stephen, perhaps for the board,
Couldn't do
next
that.
time, there's a conservation or wetlands map that you all prepared in 2015. Maybe
Yep.
that can be dated, provided to Chelsea to give
We
to the
can
board.
keep going. He's got exhibits
Okay.
in here.
So, I mean, we do have we used a variety of some of our previous figures to create a kind of like a stormwater management or surface water management system map that shows, it doesn't have all the conservation areas labeled, but they're denoted in a green shading. So that's where the conservation areas are. And then you see the lakes. So, yeah,
The conservation areas is the dark green.
correct. Yep.
I can check it against my map. I think I've got a very accurate map.
This is a draft report, so of course we'll look for feedback and comments if you have any input. You want to keep going, Stephen?
Just as
Sure
a-
thing.
This report was corrected to address some issues about the acreage, of Pelican Preserve and the map. So
Yep, it's been further edited since this was posted, so, and this is, again, working document that you'll continue to see meeting after meeting.
And
Well,
where does this-
my point is that I'm hoping that you will double check those numbers, because since the last methodology, Pelican is now built out. So so Pelican should have, in 2020, there were still some areas that were not built. So I don't know how those were accounted for in the last methodology. If they were just pervious surfaces and that's because there was nothing on them right then, or how. So if we could just double check those numbers and make sure that the number of ponds or waterways is correct and the number of recognized preservation areas is also correct.
Yep, we can do that.
Carol, just for the record, Russ Wire with Real Estate Econometrics. Every year we take a look at the entire project, the entire gateway system. And if there was, and I'm always looking for when units are added,
Mhm.
because that takes away from the blank land part and becomes the real measurement as we know. So that's done annually. I mean, we still have a couple of parcels that haven't been developed yet. But as we go through it on an annual basis, that's a part of the situation, is I take care of that, so.
Okay, I'm not saying that it isn't,
No,
but
I
I'm
just
just
wanted you to
saying, let's not assume it's the same number as we had last time, and
Correct.
let's actually count it one last time.
Got it.
All right, go ahead,
So that's
Stephen.
just the records reflect that Doug is online.
Yes, Doug Benz.
Okay, is this the GIS map or is this our internal? What I'm looking
This
at?
was prepared by Tetra Tech from previous projects, just information that we had over the history of working with Gateway. All right, so back to it. As I was stating, there's a lot of components that make up the surface water management system. So at the end of the day, what does that mean? Whenever a drop of rainfall lands within the CDD boundaries, it is intercepted and it is either taken through the flowway and discharged into 6 Mile Cypress Slough, or in the case of Basin 6, it is routed to the north and then flows west underneath tree line into Colonial Country Club. So basins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all end up in the flowway, go west underneath 75 and out to 6 Mile Cypress. Basin 6 is the only one that does not go that way. It goes to the northwest corner of the district boundary and discharges under tree line into Colonial Country Club. So that's kind of an overview of the surface water management system. And to help Russ with his assessment methodology, he asked us to provide some information on what would be a good way to help calculate a particular property's contribution to the surface water management system, and in a way of runoff, like how much runoff is contributed by a particular property. So we looked at multiple local resources for runoff coefficients for different land types. The runoff coefficients are essentially a representation of the percentage of rainfall that will turn into runoff. Logically, we all know that hard surfaces like parking lots and roofs are going to contribute much more runoff than lawns and landscaping. So we looked at all the local resources. We have here referenced the FDOT standard for runoff coefficients, and a solid range for grass and for impervious areas was provided in our report. And for Russ purposes, he's going to use 0.2 or 20% for grass and impervious area, or pervious areas rather, and a value of 1 or 100% for impervious areas. And that's the number that Russ is going to use to look at individual properties to see the level of contribution that they are sending to the surface water management system. So that's essentially our portion of the project. I don't know if you guys have any questions for me.
Steve, just add, to what extent, and this might be for Tony and Russ, this thinking about it last night, what impact does it have on our assessment methodology that as much as 60 to 80 CFS is generated into our stormwater management system from outside our district?
Well, we cannot assess the
I
properties outside the
understand that,
district.
but if you could take and measure every drop, and assuming these numbers and coefficients are correct, if we could measure every drop of water that comes within our 4,433 acres, okay, and then measure the water as it exits on I-75, it's not the same for one reason. We're taking all this flow in from outside. What does that have anything to do with the calculation of our assessment methodology? Any impact whatsoever?
Purely, I'm sorry.
Because we're not using flow as a basis. It's just purely the coefficients.
Correct, and it's the flow off the properties that are within the district boundaries into the water management system. So your benefit as a property owner is the amount of impact you have to the water management system within the boundaries of the district.
What I was really leaning toward was as if there was a way that we would
Be able to assess the contributors.
yes.
We tried that already.
And then, yeah, when you do that, then you'll have to go to the other side where you're contributing down the flowway out to
Well,
area 9.
Who has the obligation to maintain already.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, one other question on this. In Pelican, every home that's on a pond, we installed a downspout system and collection basins. So we collect all the water off the roofs. It goes into the ground in piping and goes into the pond. So that is a real benefit because it reduces runoff and it eliminates erosion and the swells between the houses.
Correct.
How's that calculated in here? It's different to a house that doesn't have that.
Well, it's calculated, that's counted as the impervious surface, because it's the impervious surface of your house is going into that pipe and out into the lake.
But for
So-
homes that
Just
don't
gets it done
have any
quicker.
type of rain spout,
Doesn't change the,
Doesn't change the calculation. For them, it's still coming down. It's actually going
You're
across.
talking
their
about a speed, a travel time.
well, but
versus
there's a
rate.
benefit to doing it. I understand what you're saying about the volume. But the benefit is you're not eroding the pond bank. There's got to be a benefit to that.
The other side is that you're creating a higher peak number too.
So-
That's the
But
downside.
it's, but it's,
Yeah.
but it's all funneled into piping.
Understand. Some have it, some don't.
well,
Right?
that,
Homes on ponds have it.
I would say that the direct correlation to that would be your savings on maintenance of your pond banks.
Oh, I know that, I know this, but I'm trying to figure out why is that not in here? There is a benefit to spending, there's a benefit to obligations of future repairs, there's benefits to pond bank erosion.
It doesn't change the amount of impervious.
Well, I'm
area.
suggesting that maybe it should, because it is a very beneficial thing to do. It wasn't cheap. Spent a couple $1 million to do it.
Oh, I am
We spent
painfully
millions of
aware
dollars
of
to do that.
I have one of my districts, it's an issue.
So we need to, somehow that needs to be accounted for, is what I'm saying. And if you don't have it with this particular methodology, I would like to know that we could pursue looking at that. Because there's a definite benefit. It's a cost savings to all of our residents that we do that.
Well, I can take a look at that, but I will work with the engineer on that. So,
Okay.
I mean,
Stephen, you
just
know
to
what
take
I'm
a look
talking
at it.
about, right?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
I understand what you're trying to say, Bob. Yes.
And if it hadn't been considered in the past, maybe nobody else has done it. I don't know. Now's the time to look at it.
So then we'll have to get eyes on every single property in all of Gateway.
You don't have any of that.
Yeah, we
That's not-
do.
that's
That's
not-
not true.
You
Yeah, we
have
do.
going
Yeah.
from your downspouts to the ponds,
yeah.
underground?
So,
Yeah,
When
we
put
did it
them
on
around.
83. Well, actually, Stephen can correct me, but every home that if they have it right now, they have the French bubbler on their property.
Correct.
Actually, the part of the pond restoration is they are taking it all the way down to the pond. So existing ones, we're repairing it, and we were to notify residents if they wanted to install it, this is the time, because then you just have to do the connection. So yeah, that is something that we
So for the
started.
downspouts from the homes, they're going,
Yeah, all the way to the pond.
Well, we have a
You have
box,
many?
we have a box that they could go into.
Yeah,
no, the pipe goes to a box.
yes.
Pipe goes to the
Yeah.
box.
So if you have an existing, then they're connecting. If there's not an existing, then it's, okay, so with 83, proactively, the district decided that they were going to put the box, leave the work ready in between every property,
Common line.
right? So about from 60 homes, I'll say 20 had it. So
Okay.
20 were connected, the other ones are ready to go. So if they ever decide to do the work, they.
But we haven't done it yet.
No, because that's up to the homeowner, because we didn't, the
Your,
homeowner,
your real issue is that to make this effective, you need gutters.
exactly.
Absolutely.
And majority of the houses in Gateway don't have
Don't have
gutters.
gutters. So the ones that have gutters, they have downspout, regardless what they end, regardless if they actually ended at the lake, then they're gonna remove it and put it back. But if they ended at the end of the property with a French drain or a bubbler, their Tetra Tech is, the vendor's putting it all the way down. So that's
So
something
the-
that's not new for us.
2,400 homes, 2,500 homes over here. How many do you have? 5,000 homes?
Mhm.
How many?
Well,
Present
Steven,
that
Steven can give you the total, because in all the projects, they have noted on the maps how many they are. So they actually, if we give them the time, they probably can come back to us and give us
Well,
like
okay,
exact
I'd
data.
like to know that.
right,
I mean, when you consider Pelican is 100%, it's real easy.
so
And
it's,
the homeowners that did not have gutters
Then in
were
reality,
told of the benefit, and they all put them in.
but when
all
I
in
make,
one.
when I make my recommendation, as you'll see, we've split the water management system. So your water management portion of the budget affects Pelican Reserve, doesn't affect Gateway.
Yeah.
So we'll
So,
see that as we go on. Yeah, absolutely.
so consequently, that means if
So
all of you have
Pelican should get more of
100%,
a benefit of that.
well,
I'm
I
looking
did-
at the coefficient of the 2 versus the 1.0.
All you're doing is talking about a redistribution of the amount of money. So the amount of money doesn't change.
Or the volume of the
It's
water.
only the ratio.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
all I'm saying though,
Okay,
it's all within Pelican Reserve, and if you're 100%,
I'm with you there. I mean, I know we had the benefit here, but I've got my one Gateway hat on now. Everything's going to be the same across everything. It's not.
you're saying within Gateway.
Total Gateway. Gateway means everything that this board supervises, not Pelican alone.
But the only thing that we could do, like if we wanted, you guys took a different approach, and I'm gonna refresh you on this one as I remember. So we cannot force residents to put gutters, so it didn't matter, so that was the thing, and I know you guys took a more aggressive
We
approach.
didn't
and said-
force, we volunteered, but we solicited.
But it was, if I recall, it was you do it, and if you don't do it, the damages, you're gonna be responsible for it. I
That's what we
remember
told.
that's the
Yeah,
That's
conversation.
what we told you.
Exactly.
Even
So-
though we didn't know we could enforce it.
Exactly. So I remember that vividly. So for us, it would be, and that's why on 83, we went and we took the proactive approach of putting out there, but then the board, and I wasn't on the board, but the board took a step back and said, look, we're just spending money because it's really a chance that those homeowners are gonna invest $3,000 to $4,000 to put gutters on their home.
Absolutely.
So here we are spending this amount of money and dollars when it's not really proactive, because if they take 4 or 5 years to install, there could be damage to those pipes, could be damage to those items because of oak trees and things like that, you know.
And Flavia, that is exactly my point.
Well, the
Yeah,
key-
so,
the key
so
to-
we
They went
took,
to
so
the
we took back,
homeowners
so
in Pelican.
we took back.
They spent the money, they got the benefit, we're benefiting, our community is benefiting. I want to make sure that's a recognized difference between a home in Pelican on a farm and a home in Gateway. You do not have the same thing. It's not apples to apples.
And that's how the methodology takes care of it. You've got the 002 account that will take and distribute to roughly 2,800 EAUs based on this percentage. In Gateway, you have 6,200 or whatever the number is that are going to be taking the Gateway 001 stormwater management and distributing it. So they go that way.
Correct.
They don't commingle. They go separate ways.
You wanna,
That's the difference. So if you have a benefit, this, if your deal is 804, which I believe it is, $804,000, this methodology is basically indicating how it's going to be split among all the people that are in Pelican. In Gateway, where it's, I think, 836, same thing. It's how it goes to the people in Gateway.
Correct.
So changing that or making any of those changes doesn't change anything.
But if we're going to have one standard, lack of a better word, that's going to be applied uniformly across the entire Gateway community, we have to recognize.
Well, we can
what
have the
is
standard,
different.
but we're not having the same costs. Your, what do you call it, 002 account is still going to remain the same, and you're going to have
Well, we don't know
we're
that.
basically going to have a mirrored, as I see it, when we get done with this, we're going to have two assessment methodologies, one that impacts us and one that impacts 002.
Well, that's what we have today under
That's-
Rule 6, but we're changing
No,
that.
no. We're changing it on, my opinion, we're changing it on the Pelican side because you don't have components that we have of cost. In other words, we have admin, parks, roads, and
Water management.
water management. You just have two right now.
No, we have roads.
No,
We pay for admin.
you don't have.
We do.
Believe me, you don't
We
have.
pay roads.
You have two.
We have admin,
Okay.
You have
14% number, and we have the waterway.
you have
The only
water-
thing you have that we don't is parks.
You have water management and admin. That's it.
you wanna,
No.
you wanna
Let me
let
turn it
Russ?
over to
Time out.
Russ, so
Okay, go
Russ can
No.
finish it.
Time
Yeah.
out. Otherwise, I'm going to run
We
into your
gotta
next
get-
meeting.
Yeah, because I'm getting confused now. So
Yeah.
go ahead, Russ.
So,
We're here for it, Flo. Yeah, I don't want to get going.
No, I
if we
want
don't
him to go
recognize
back.
we have roadways.
Well,
But
we're
I
on
want
water
him to
management.
do
And
that,
we
not
can-
Ed. I would, you know what I mean?
That's the next
I want
workshop.
Russ to go over
The roads are
after
the
we-
next
after we
workshop.
do
Yeah.
Well, but,
water
We're on
Okay.
water management now.
If one of us is going to say something that's blatantly wrong, it's going to be challenged.
But we're talking about water management, so
I
what,
didn't talk about railway, Ed did, and now I'm challenging that.
that's
person.
fine, so let's be
Listen.
let's move on with water management, let's finish that, and
Okay,
then
we
when we
haven't
get
finished that,
roadway,
so back to that statement.
that's what I want to do, and
We're
then we'll
handled
tap back.
differently.
Okay.
Is the ratio over here 2 and 1 also on all the land?
What do you mean?
Pervious and impervious? Is it the
Yes.
same?
Oh, yeah, same measurement, same exact
So
measurement.
there's differences.
But and I just using my experience in my other districts, we calculate it the same way. It didn't matter where it was in the district. If we have issues with the banks, that's something separate.
I agree with that, but I'm talking about the water that's contributing to
It's-
erosion in the washouts. They have major problems over here.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is the erosion part is treated separately than the water management. Water management means is the people that come and do the lake maintenance and they take
Let
care
me
of
try
the
and phrase
plants.
it another way. Benefit. There is a benefit ascribed to iron ground piping. I want that considered in the methodology. Those homes that have this extra benefit should be recognized.
Then it should be taken care of when you have a lake bank repair and that's a separate
That's-
budget.
no.
Because that's the only thing it's
Russ, I
benefiting.
keep hearing about people
Mr.
using roads
Gepper,
over here to get to
it's the
churches.
same budget. It's the same budget amount, or not the same budget amount, it's the same calculation. Whether you flow it into one pipe and out, the only thing you're talking about, the benefit is the impact to the banks.
And the volume of water going in.
It's going to be the same volume, it's going to be the same volume of water. Doesn't matter. It's the same amount. You're just channeling it into a pipe.
If anything, it's
And that
more
provides a
water
benefit.
because you're channeling it versus the 20% that gets absorbed overground.
Yeah, get another chance for it to go into the
So
ground.
if you really
Correct.
look at it, it's actually not. It's
Correct.
more impacted.
But there might be a benefit in
Yeah.
that it
Are
doesn't
you hearing
erode
yourself?
Yes,
fast.
Saying that that's not a benefit?
No, I didn't say that, Ed.
Okay, let me try it again and tell me how that's not a benefit.
You said there is this, we're talking about, you said the same volume of water. That's what Russ is trying to
Yeah,
tell you.
whatever
The same-
comes out of the cloud comes down.
Yes.
Same amount.
The way we
So
handle-
that's what he's saying. It is the amount of water is not going to change if it comes over or if it comes under.
So what you're doing is you're channeling the impervious amount that's coming off of your impervious surface into a pipe versus it going across the land,
Correct?
right? And what is the main impact of that? Lake banks. That's the main issue because you're helping correct that. And that gets determined when you do lake bank maintenance, which is separate from water management.
Which means your cost will be
How could it
less.
possibly
Yeah.
be separate?
Your cost
Well,
will
then
be
you
less.
can do a benefit when you do lake bank assessment. When you do a lake bank assessment, let's say the POA does it. If they do the lake bank and they have a program of that, maybe people get the benefit that do that versus the straight flow. But it's not a part of this water
Yeah,
management.
you save money doing that.
In the,
Yeah.
in the current methodology being employed, Pelican pays for all of their lake bank and pond bank replenishments internally
Mhm.
through our O&M. Over here, they go to state revolving fund money. So we'll never participate in that?
No, no. You're
Even
not
though
in
we're in
that.
the one gateway act?
No, you're not doing that if you separate it and have the methodology we're talking about. I
Right.
just don't see it being an issue.
Because the needs
The,
are
the
different.
only commonality, there is one commonality, and that's the flowway.
Mhm.
That's the flowway,
How's that a commonality?
because you use it and we use it.
Oh, there's a whole lot of people that use it. Don't say you use it, we use it.
But,
You, the Greater Gateway owns the flowway,
yeah, but the point is,
totally and entirely.
but my point is that we can't collect from the people who, we just talked about this earlier.
And that
I would
part
like to
of
go
it.
after Timber Creek and all those to get their share, but we can't. So the issue is that we have roughly 8,000, 9,000 EAUs that are using the flowway.
No, don't even go there. We've got a hell of a lot more EAUs use the flowway. But you, Gateway, is paying for it. And we won't be treated any differently than Arborwood or Colonial or Botanical Lakes. And if you get down that road, we're a whole different ballgame.
Yeah,
Can
I-
we let
Wait a
Russ-
minute,
can
let
we
me
Russ-
let me
yeah,
finish my
okay.
part, please.
Let's, we only have 30 minutes left of this workshop.
Well, that's why you have workshops.
Yeah.
So you can flesh these things out.
After the presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get through it first.
I'm here for
Maybe
the
it'll,
day.
maybe it'll answer questions. Anyway. For the record, Russ Wire, Real Estate Econometrics, been your assessment methodology consultant for now 5 or 6 years now. Today, as you know, we're going through a rebuild of the methodology. It has all the basic components that we did before, but what we wanted to do is to do this in a session of workshops so that you all understand how it's calculated, what the benefits are, how we look at the budget, all of that. And as we talked about before, there's going to be 4 parts to it. There's the roadways, there's water management, there's parks and rec and admin. And today we're going to talk about water management because it's common among both places in the way it's measured. So with that, the agenda is, a quick background, which I'm really going to try to avoid a little bit because we need to get through it. But the bottom line of that is that some of the benefit calculations that we were talking about, the 100% flow away off of, or the flow of water off of impervious surfaces, and then the 20% of the pervious surfaces, because there's always a flow, and that's why I had Stephen and Tetra Tech take a look at that to verify it, so we have an engineering backup to it. So instead of just willy-nilly, just so we all understand that. Next slide, please. This slide here, it's the same thing that Stephen had in his presentation, which talks about the water management system, where it flows. If you give me the next slide, please. And what I did is I put some arrows on it so everybody understands where the water goes from basin 1 through 5, and then it flows through the flowway through Colonial, and then across 75, and then up to our Area 9 that we have out there. And then basin number 6, included in basin number 6 is the C5 property. And that particular lake flows back and under into Pelican Preserve, and then north up to that flowway that goes out. And then at the north end, we have, the rest of it's pretty simple, but at Pelican Reserve, it's a little complicated only because we have that area on the other side, plus the commercial parcels. We did verify that both commercial parcels flow to the south. So they get, I think on the east side, it goes into that lake and that heads west, and it goes under tree line and then to that swale flowway over to Colonial, and then in directly into the 6 Mile Cypress.
Russ, about the only thing I see is that you might want to add an arrow for the flowway for Stony Brook, because that is not really in 3, it's in flowway 4 SB.
We'll double check all ponds and conservation numbers.
Yeah. Well, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Make sure we get that on the record. So anyway, as Stephen did before, I just was trying to hopefully make it a little more simple so we know where it all goes. The water comes in and it goes out, and it keeps from rising up onto your house. Next slide, please. The first part of it is the water management budget, and the budget is divided into 2 sections, which we have the Gateway section, which is General Fund 001, and the Pelican Preserve section, which is 002. And if I have this correct, you submit the budget to the Gateway, and then they give you the funds for that in terms of water management. So you have a certain level, Gateway has a certain level.
The Pelican Reserve Advisory Committee makes the recommendations to this board,
Correct.
and then it's historically, it's just been approved.
Correct. So one of the things that we will talk about, and the questions that we have at the end, was do we do it all as one thing, or as we talked about, you have a certain level, so we can continue to keep the Pelican Preserve budget as one and the Gateway Preserve budget as the other. And then there's some finite detail that we need to talk about in terms of the commercial parcels and C5 all over there.
Well, they all right now are covered under 02.
Correct. However, so are you maintaining the lake over at C5?
Yes.
Okay, so you are, so
C5,
Correct.
we keep the piping clean. We don't do anything in the pond itself.
okay, but that pond is owned by C5 still?
Yes.
Okay. But
So
it's
it
part of the
does
water.
have no
but it's-
impact on the O2 account.
Okay,
It's just there.
okay. But did they pay, not them, but does the commercial then, I think, pays for? a portion
Commercial
of it?
pays into us, and that's what takes care of Pond 2, Pond 1, and the interconnect under tree line going over to Pond 1.
Okay,
And we don't see any reason to change any of that.
okay. Next slide, please. Okay, this, I actually kind of cleaned it up. I know when I sent out the original, it had all the detail on it, where it showed the detail line, so you understood. And you do that when you do your budgeting, so you understand what those numbers mean or how they added up. I took that out. This is more of a simplified version of it, so you understand what goes into it. Fountain maintenance, lake maintenance, wetland maintenance, wetland plantings. So it does take, Carolyn, as to your comment, those conservation areas need to be taken care of as well. We need to keep the exotics out of there and all that. That's all a part of that budget included in there. Water quality testing, all of those good things. So the Gateway one is 836,126.
And that's for 83, roughly 83 ponds.
88 ponds, yes. And then in the next slide, there we go. And this one is the Pelican Preserve, a little bit less because you have contractual services, but, and do I understand it correctly that there's when you go back 2 slides to the Gateway one, you have payroll and salaries allocated to it, but you don't have any payroll or salaries allocated to Pelican Reserve because you maintain
In our
that
ponds.
yourself. Okay, so that's
Does
why this is a little.
that work?
That's correct. So that's why.
Consider that it's 836, it's 30,000 more per year for, it's not quite half the ponds, but 58 versus 88.
Yeah.
So we're paying significantly more.
Yeah, on a per pond
What's
basis.
important to point out is the fact that you have $269,000 in pond bank improvements, which we have in a separate fund. So you can't count that in there either.
Well, you have it in a separate fund because you borrowed SRF, right?
Not all of it.
Any of it?
Some, yeah,
Okay, so you borrow it from SRF.
right.
We don't.
But if you're looking at total for water management, ours
Well, I'm
is
just
handled in a
looking for the
separate
money.
fund.
We pay for it yearly as we go. And over here, you've chosen to borrow.
Right, which, yeah. Okay, let's go, next slide, please. There we go. This is how we measure the benefit. I'm going to get into kind of okay, I'm going to a little bit of a detail, plus I will show you some examples of how this works. All the lakes and preserved wetlands were taken out of the analysis. So a great example is the golf courses. They have lakes and conservation areas, but they're the water management system, so you don't assess the water management system portion of it. I take all of that out. So really what we're looking at, what is impacting the water management system, the pervious lands, which would be, for instance, on the golf course, it's the playable area, and the impervious lands. Again, on the golf course, that would be clubhouse, maintenance area, all of those, blacktop, all of that is measured. And I get that off of the property appraiser data that's given to me. On each property, I have like 50 or 60 little line items, when they were sold, all that good stuff. But it also has gross buildable area, net buildable area. I also have in there, when I get to a home, for instance, it'll tell me 1 story or 2 story. And if it's 2 story, I subtract the 2 story, because then you're double counting. Because think of it this way, you're looking straight down on top of it. And if you had a 6,000 square foot house and a 2,000 square foot second story, well, you got to take that second story out because you're double counting it. Essentially, what you're going to have is 4,000 square feet.
Still only 6,000 foot of roof that's putting water on the ground.
Yeah, surface area that you see from the.
4,000.
4,000, yeah, the lower.
Correct.
The lower number.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I don't want homes to be
I'm
double
with you.
counting, so.
One question, do you have any ponds on the golf course that aren't in residences?
Say it again.
Yes.
Any call.
Are there any ponds on your golf course that don't touch residences? Because we don't.
No.
Every pond in Pelican that the golf course abuts also abuts residences.
And that's fine. It
No,
just,
I was just,
Yeah, I think we're.
because of what you said, I
Yeah,
thought
we have
maybe
residences
they
on
might
golf
have
course.
in the middle of a golf course fairway, a pond that doesn't touch a residence.
Yeah, we don't have any of that.
and in reality, that comes out of the golf course. When I look at it, I can touch, when you go to the LIPA site,
Mhm.
is a great example. I can go to the golf course and I can touch on a certain parcel, which I will show you in a second, how that works and why is it taken out.
The only reason I mentioned it was because
Yeah.
you said that they were implied.
Well, and usually it's the ownership of it, because if I touch on the ownership and it'll say, well, the
That's a
golf
whole other
course.
can of worms.
Yeah, no. You may, but I'm just telling you why I took it out.
Okay, all right.
Okay. The golf course land would be calculated as vacant land, 20% impervious per acre. So what that means, 20% of it means there's a flow of 20% off of that. Clubhouse and maintenance facilities measured as 100%, like all other developed parcels. The lakes within the Gateway Golf Club and the Pelican Preserve Club were taken out of the total golf course acreages. And then flip the next slide. This will show you an example of how that was done. This is, you can see it's tree line and it's just to the south of your entrance at Pelican Preserve. And so, but you can see the golf holes in there. And then-
Okay, the section that has Amiata Way,
Yes.
that's not golf course, they may own it.
No, but it's just, it's based on the ownership. I always go to the parcel and see who owns it. So that was, see, that's actually probably preserved. That's what would be taken out. And if you look over at the golf course, for instance, I have all that golf course in there where it's in the blue. That's in the blue.
I'm not seeing it on my.
I'm sorry, what's
The
this?
blue line.
This part, the blue line, that's all the golf course over there. See that?
So what is the
Yeah,
purple?
blue line.
The purple is a wetland example. That would be taken out. And then over on where the blue is golf course land, and you see all those lakes in there. That I went through and measured these. I did it by hand and measured all the lakes and took all that acreage out.
And Russ, I think the top one is a lake, the middle part is a conservation area 6.
Correct.
Yeah, but the one that's labeled north of Amiata Way,
Yes.
that's not, I mean, golf course might own the parcel. That's just regular old lawn.
Yeah,
So I'm not quite sure.
take the purple out. I was just showing the purple is like a conservation area. That was an example of a conservation area being taken out. If you look over.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter, because even if it wasn't, it still would be 0,
Out.
2.
Yep, it's taken out because it's part of the water management system. We don't
Okay.
we don't assess the water management system. Okay, go to the next one. The initial water management calculations, in addition, the lakes within the developed parcels were also taken out. So if I was looking at a multifamily parcel and a part of that, their property line went into the lake, well, I took that lake portion out. Because
Like
it's
Royal Greens.
So if you go to,
That's
here,
what I was-
go to the next slide for me, please.
Royal Greens.
In this case,
I
you
think
can,
this is the only pond that doesn't touch. Is this attached, Ed?
I'm sorry.
Is this pond and this pond the same, or do they float?
which one are
Yeah,
you
there's
looking at?
pipes connecting those two.
Okay, but they're
Yeah.
two separate ones.
They're two separate
Okay.
lakes, but they're connected by pipe.
Which two are we
pipes.
talking about? I'm looking at the,
It's the only pond
It's-
that in Gateway Greens that doesn't have any homes around it. This one here.
that's what I was, okay, there's no homes around. Oh, okay, so that is a golf course specific pond.
That's the only one that they have that's like that. I remember that one.
But there is at least one.
Yeah, that would be one.
So let's go, leave it at that slide right there. And can you see that where it's all in the blue, that entire parcel, which is a multifamily parcel? And you can see the lakes are included in that, a portion of the lakes are included in that. Well, I measured all that and took that out because it's water management system. So if this was like a 5-acre parcel and that was maybe an acre's worth of lake, it would truly be a 4-acre parcel to be measured for pervious. and
Same
impervious.
thing with Summer Wind, where you've got the condos circumvent or go right around the lake.
Right.
Where's Summer Wind? Okay,
Summer Wind's right
yeah.
Okay, next slide, please. Oh, I got 15 minutes. I need some time for questions too. Let me go through real quick on how we do this. As I said, I measured the impervious is 100% flow into the water management system. The pervious part is a 20% flow. So it's 100% of the impervious, 20% of the pervious acre, or 20% of the impervious of the pervious acres. Is the total acres.
Say that again, Russell. Go ahead.
100% of the impervious acres and 20% impervious equals the total acres impacting the water management system. And I'll show you an example. As you saw, there's a math calculation in there. I remove the lakes, above calculation, separate the acreage that is impacting the water
Is
management.
this line correct? Excuse me. Third dot.
Yeah.
100% of impervious, I got it. Plus 20% of the impervious?
No, it should be 20% of the pervious.
Okay, so that is a typo.
There is, yeah,
Okay,
the
good.
im should
Okay.
be there. Yeah.
I thought it was me.
Nope.
Okay.
I was just trying to confuse you. I was seeing
No,
you
no,
paying
no, no.
attention.
I do like to read these things.
Yes, 20% of the pervious. So,
Okay.
and again, the calculations separate the acreage that's impacting the water management system from the acres that comprises the water management system. So go to the next slide, please. And these were the calculations that Stephen shared with you earlier. You had the pasture, so depending on the slope, you had a slope which was flat and a slope that was rolling. So I looked at the two of them. One was anywhere from 15 to 20% and then 20% to 25%. So I used the 20%, which like the commonality. Anywhere from 0 to 7% in terms of the rolling and the slope. And we use that generally across. I mean, each one could be different and we would have, it would be almost impossible to do. It's not worth the amount of time it would take to do it in terms of what the assessment would be. So we had to come up with a common measurement. That's where we got the 20% from. So let's go to the next slide. And I want to give you an example. This is I'll explain the single family one in a minute, but this is how we did the commercial one. And in this case, it's Bond West Links and where Commonwealth comes right into it. In this here, I highlighted the entire parcels in the blue line, and then the purple is actually the impervious surface. So it included parking lots. Primarily the parking lots are included in it. If there's any areas behind it that would have like a patio or something along that, it was all included. So the purple would be 100%, and then all the other green areas outside of that purple, but within the parcel was done at 20% in terms of those measurements.
Okay.
So if you go to the next slide, this will show you how it's calculated. That parcel is total of 7 acres, and the impervious acres is 3.88. So if you take away the 3.88 from the 7, the pervious acres, that's the grass, is 3.12 times 20% gives you a 0.624 acre. That's for all the grass, and that's, so I add 3.88 and the 62.624, and you come out with 4.504 acres from that parcel that's impacting the water management system. That's how it's calculated. That's calculated for every parcel in Gateway.
So that's
And
their
Pelican
ratio,
Reserve.
that's their input into the system.
Into the system.
Of which they are a percentage.
That's the benefit they're receiving from the water management system. That's how we measure it. And you see I had a little strap down there below. And what I do, so everybody understands, when I get that, I mean, I have 7,500 parcels, maybe 8,000 parcels. And I have that all in a spreadsheet. And I calculate the pervious and impervious. And then I get the total acres for each parcel that's impacting the water management system. Add them all up. And then I'll have 500 acres, just as an example, of all the acres impacting the water management system based on pervious and impervious. And then I take that 4.504 and divide that by the 500 to get a percent. So each parcel has a percent of that total acreage. So if you're a single family home and you're 0.6, as an example, your 0.6 goes into that total, and then that 0.6 is divided by 500. So it's a smaller percentage. Then what I do is I take the budget and I do the percentages, and I multiply each parcel by their percentage. And if you added up the percentages, it all comes to 100 ultimately. And so they get their allocation of benefit based on the amount of the budget for water management. That's how it's calculated. And it's done the same at Pelican Reserve as it is done at Gateway. It's done the same way. Okay. Two more slides, and then we can get into some questions. This here is.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was going to bring.
I'm like, let's stay in the car.
I have a
know, they're in the
complete-
car. I'm like, this is not going to help.
Usually I bring reading glasses for everybody.
Right.
This just gives you an idea roughly on, this shows the Gateway, all the single family neighborhoods, because we do it by neighborhood. And then the same way with the multifamily by neighborhoods. And you see the average impervious acres per unit. So that's on a per acre basis. And then the total impervious acres. And then the percent total of the impervious acres. And you see it goes down to 76.95%.
I have a question.
Okay.
Just go back up. So when we're looking at, I'm just looking at Magnolia Lake. So you see how you have units, 116, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have another building that's there. Thank you. I have another building that's there. So where does that go? Like I don't have a clubhouse, but I have, oh, that's a little strong. So how's, because it has a roof, it has
What do you mean in terms of another building on your property?
on
In Mahogany Lake.
No, in Magnolia Lakes, in the community, because you see how you have it by community? So I'm looking at Magnolia Lakes, and you're looking at 116 units. But
So
I
you-
actually have 117 units, because I have 116 private properties, and then I have,
Common element?
mhm.
We don't count the common elements.
So you don't, that's separate, okay.
It's separate because they're not paying. They don't pay. You know, we don't assess common elements. We have really never assessed common elements because then you're double paying essentially is what's happening. And it really kind of saves you money because then you're not putting it on the assessment roll and then it shows up and then your HOA has to pay that property tax bill.
You're gonna
which
pay
has-
one way or another, either you.
Yeah.
You just
But-
write the check for different people, but I just had a question.
But the reality is you're saving money because it doesn't get on the property tax bill, which there's a markup for that. So we're not doing the markup on that. So we keep those out.
But if this area is roofed,
So that's what I was thinking.
then
Does
that's
it-
going to be like if it was a concrete pad as opposed
So
to grass.
so that's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
the calculation.
I'm with you.
It's not a part of the calculation because it's a common element.
Yeah, that's the way it's.
We-
Well, I don't know if that's the right answer. I hear what you're saying.
It-
But to flip
What
to
we're
his point,
saying, it does impact the water management system is what you're saying.
Walking center is not mentioned.
So
Right,
that-
so,
Because it's a common area.
so you're,
So that's what I
That
was
doesn't make
saying.
any sense to me either.
well, the whole, used to be that when you, over at Pelican Reserve, we did measure that town center.
Yeah.
And then what we would do, then it would show up on the property tax bill. We said, well, that I remember we had this discussion a while ago where I said, well, we took that
I can
off.
barely remember yesterday, Russ.
I know. I get that because I get those calls after I leave. I didn't remember that.
So that's how
So you're
it
double
came to
pay,
be.
you'd be double
Yeah.
pay.
Okay.
Double pay.
Yeah, we don't want to, yeah, you'd be double, and we're saving you money by doing that because you don't have that markup when it goes on the property tax bill. That's the main
I'm
reason.
okay with all the savings money. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Trying to save. Anyway, so you can see it's all added up. It comes down to, this one says 76%, but that's all the residential, and then you have the commercial down below. I didn't put in all the commercial because it was 180, then you would need a microscope to look at it. And it comes out to 100%, and then you can see the percent, where for instance, if you go back up to where Hampton Park is, and there's 569 units, that's 11% of the water management budget because of their impact to the water management system. So you take the budget, the total budget, and you multiply it by 11.23%, it comes out to 103,500, and then you divide that by each unit, and then per
By the
each unit.
569.
Yep,
Russ,
so everybody
could
pays
you
the.
scroll up on that. Are you, what you're basically saying, scroll up a little bit, whoever's controlling it.
She's got it.
Yeah, go up,
You want it
You
down
want
or
it
up?
down or up? That's up.
that way.
This
I
way?
want, no, the other way, yeah,
Down.
too,
You
that's,
want me to scroll down?
okay. So where you've got 709,034, I am assuming then that those other 10 or 12 identified commercial users add up to the difference with 836. Is that correct?
Well, there's a whole bunch more down there.
There's 180 some commercial
Yeah.
parcels.
But they total the
Total up
difference
to
to
the 100%.
836.
Correct. Correct. And then they get their allocated percentage based on their pervious impervious.
836 is the budget number?
And that's how you get that's how we we determine the benefit and how they allocate the assessments. Okay, I'm gonna switch real quick. Yeah, there we go. This is Pelican Reserve, which again, I didn't show all of them because all the single family. I mean, what I wanted to show here was here's all the commercial, what their pervious impervious is and how it's allocated on a percentage basis. The C5 is here, as is all of the multifamily units from C5 down to Aviano. Is that how it's pronounced, Aviano? And then the single family, you can start to see general single family, and there I have 2,400 units. So I didn't want to show the whole thing, but it's the same principle. It's that we look at pervious, impervious, add them up, calculate the percentage of the total, and then that percentage is multiplied by multiplied into the budget. And then
it equals 804.
And then, yeah, and then it'll turn out, if it's a multifamily and you have 500 units in it and you divide it by 500, and that's your per unit assessment. So that's how water management is
Let me
calculated.
see a little further down on this one. Okay, so after the multifamily buildings.
Yep.
Be it a fourplex or a condo.
Right.
Everything else is considered
Single family.
single family?
But yeah, the only difference in the determining factor of that is if you have a multifamily parcel. And what I will do is that will be measured again based on impervious, which is parking lots and everything else, and all of that. So that project gets measured as one pervious impervious amount. It's large. And then at that point, it goes over and that's 10, like I was showing up in the gateway, maybe that's 10% of the budget, and then you divide it by the number of units, and that's how you get your per unit calculation. Single family is done just like we talked about before, pervious, impervious, taking away the second story of a building, so that we're truly looking at the footprint.
Well, I don't think we have half a dozen second-story buildings.
So
Well,
if
that's what I mean, but I look for them.
So if you have condo units that are single level versus condos that same number, one has 98, the other one has 98, but one is stacked. The one that's stacked is going to see a difference then versus the one scattered out.
Correct, because
Because
of
the area.
because when you're looking over the footprint of it,
Right.
that's
Makes a
correct.
big difference.
See, I
Oh,
can
yeah.
understand the Sienna, Ravenna, Seville. Well, Sienna and Ravenna and Palazzo are all the same. They're all four-story condos.
It's a different size.
Seville, Casella, and Viadana are carriage homes,
Mhm.
4 homes per building.
And they're single story or two story.
2 stories.
So when I'm looking at
The
the,
condos are 4-story.
Right.
The Caratones are two-story.
Two-story, but they're not stacked condos. It's a, or are they?
They are stacked.
Okay, so you have 2 units. Yeah. So I'm looking at the footprint again, and you're dividing it by those number of units.
Okay.
So higher that goes, the lower the percent is of the people living in that deal.
Yeah, the
Because they're sharing
lower
it.
the assessments,
Yeah.
of course, because you're spreading it
Makes
among
sense.
more units, and we
Because
still
the
have
water only
one.
hits the roof, not the middle of the third floor and the second floor,
Yeah, unless you got a leak.
unless you got a leak.
Okay.
Okay, so why do you have Verona and Avila after Aviano?
They are, and Carol, I'd have to go back and take a look, but what I look at,
I mean, Avilas are single-family homes.
Right.
Not attached to anything.
Right.
But they're titled as condos.
correct. But they're measured as single-family homes. Even though they're a condo, they're measured as a single.
Because you're going by the actual building structure.
Correct.
Then why wouldn't they just be, then why do they have a higher rate than those that are just general single-family homes, which is the line right after it?
But that all depends on when you do,
Size?
but it depends on the measurement.
Yeah, the size.
Depends on the pervious and impervious measurement.
Are they bigger?
The homes bigger?
Yeah, I have a tough time
I'd say
understanding why
they
a
have-
vehicle
Yeah,
would be at .02
right.
and another single-family home is at .01.
Oh, it's 0.02 and 0.3. 0.0.
0.03 for Avila and 0.03 for general single.
Right.
These are all the same.
Oh, so they're just.
No, I'm on
No,
the
no, no.
second column,
The second column,
right there.
That's your-
the amount of pervious circumstance,
yeah,
or
it's the amount of
pervious
pervious.
as opposed to impervious.
Yeah, that's the difference.
So it is a size.
They must have a little bit more grass.
Yeah,
But you
And
take
again,
Avila and then you look at Camarillo, they're the same. But I don't see Camarillo
Right.
down here.
Ed or
Or Milano.
Bob,
One or the other.
I know, it's all based on what the property appraiser gives to me in terms of pervious, impervious. And, you know, I can always check on them.
Could
But-
you?
Yeah, but it's,
On those two, Verona and Avila?
I think we should check all of them. I don't think we should single anything out.
Well,
no, the reason,
Not singling out, these are specific.
yeah, they're specific, and I understand.
And Camarillo and Milano ought to be the same thing. If 4 of those communities are treated the same,
Right.
then it's consistent. But I don't understand the differentiation between Verona, Avila, and
Mhm.
the other general single families.
Right. I mean, to me, they just should be general single family.
Right.
They should
Because
be, but
they're
again,
single
it's,
family homes, just like,
But these
The
are
others.
different here too, if you look. These numbers are all different too. They're not all the same. Even though they're general single family, they're not the
All
same.
right, so
Well,
Russ, you'll look at those two?
yeah, I will look at them.
It's 2:00, it's almost 3.
Yeah.
And we got questions we can answer.
Sorry about it. Okay, then the next one is the questions.
There's more questions.
Thank you, Chelsea.
This is the meat of the presentation. This is what we need.
And a couple of questions that we do have. Currently, 001 pays for all the flowways in the district and Area 9. Do we want to continue this? Now, this is all board discussion, of course. If no, do we want to have the separate line item for, if we want to change it, then do we have so we have 3 elements to the budget. We have Pelican Preserve, we have Gateway, and then we have the flowways, or whatever. We made a third budget line. And that third budget line item would be spread equally among all of the properties. I mean, not equally, but based on their percentage of contribution. I mean, that's one way of doing
So-
that part.
okay,
As-
area 9 is what again? Is
Over
that
I-75.
area west of 75?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're asking us, should that be treated differently than
Then-
how the other weirs, because that's basically a weir, a big weir, right?
It's a marsh. That's what they
A
are.
marsh?
And the flowways.
It's a canal flowway and marsh.
I know what you're saying, it does have a weir attached to
Right, it does have a weir in it.
Yeah, there's,
Yeah.
we're one at the point of discharge into 6 Mile Cypress.
But
So-
the point being is Area 1 is paying the entire benefit of that, and Pelican Preserve is not contributing anything to that part. Because it's not a part of that budget. Do we reallocate the budgets to include the portion of?
The only way if you
Oh,
can do
that's
that-
what you meant by this question.
Yeah.
The only way you can do that is if all of the other contributors, Arborwood, Botanica Lakes,
The airport.
But they're all
Right
outside
next
of
door
the
to us with
district
Columbia
boundaries.
Country Club.
I'm talking about within the district boundaries.
Well, that's what you're talking about. What
That's
I'm talking
correct.
about is You're either going to get everybody to pay, or you're going to keep it like it is.
But as of right now, I think Tony already touched on this and I can speak to it, but we cannot hold anybody that's outside of the district bounds to do it. And I understand that I'm not saying there is a benefit, they're utilizing it, but we cannot force their hand to. I know we actually had conversations, I think it was
Well,
Columbia
I'm
Country
saying
Club.
you can't
and-
force my hand either. I've paid 20 years. Why would
But-
I want to do it?
But that's different. You are within the bounds of the district and that's a requirement to do it because we,
Not a requirement to do it because we haven't done it yet.
but are you utilizing it within the district? I would say, I usually don't like to use this word, but I would say it's a mistake. It's something that we didn't
Well, we got a
realize we're
whole lot
doing
of
it.
mistakes, but now
Well,
you're
then
taking
now's the time-
something
Now it's
that's
time
been
to fix
done
it.
and it's precedent set for 20 years.
Are you within the boundaries of the district? Yes. And
Well,
you
today.
utilize, well, we're talking about today, Bob. So you're within the bounds of the district
Don't get
today
upset,
and and I'm not gonna. I took, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. So you are within the boundaries of the district and you're utilizing the system. So now is the time to do it. I understand that the other parties are also utilizing it, but they're outside of the bounds of the district and there is nothing legally that
Damn
we
it
can do
up.
it.
Don't let them use it.
I think the bigger
We can't
issue,
do that.
Russ, I think the bigger issue that we've got is to identify what our costs are on just the flowway.
Correct.
It's a
I
nickel,
don't
I'm
know,
against
I
it.
don't know that we have that,
If it's
No.
a nickel, I'm against it. Why would I voluntarily say I want to pay for something I've never paid for?
because your water uses the flowway to get from A to B.
So does everybody else. If
I
you
know,
charge
we
them
pay
all,
for it.
I'm all for it. If
Well,
we
that's why
charge them
Tony's.
all,
Well,
We agree, but Tony says we can't.
We
do it.
Well,
cannot
I'm just
charge,
saying you can't do it
no,
too.
we cannot, the district cannot charge properties outside the district for maintenance of that facility unless
sounds like
we
another
have,
reason for separation.
well, it would still be, I mean, that
You
would
still have the issue,
change.
though.
No. Once we separate, we're not part of you.
Well,
What,
that's not the issue at hand. Let's focus on the issue at hand and let's try not to throw things at it to confuse us anymore. So as of right now, there is nothing we can do. We want to build them, they will never pay. And then they will never pay, and then we're gonna have maintenance, and then we're gonna pay.
So
We just need to
can I-
know.
Exactly what
We
you're
need,
doing
we need,
since
we
day
need to
one.
know the number of what we're talking about.
no, I
I don't think
understand.
we do.
And what I'm saying is that if that's the case, let's take a look at the general fund budget and how much is that maintaining Area 9 and how much is that maintaining any of the flowways we determine that are common. We take those numbers and say, that's a number that we can split between the two
Well, if-
on a
If you
basis.
wouldn't have a discussion, you could have it over area 1 or area 4, whatever it's called, 7, up there in the north end of Pelican.
Mhm.
They truly are not involved in this. They're not in the flowway. So they would be, that would be a reason for segregation. They are not in the flowway,
Basin 6.
Basin 6. They're not in the flowway at all. Not one drop of their water touches the flowway.
That's correct.
So that would be a one exception.
Yep.
Every other drop of water that falls on Gateway falls in the flowway.
And that takes care of that over to Area
Somewhat.
9.
But that
Yeah.
is part of the responsibility that Gateway took when they took it over. Pelican wasn't developed yet. Now Pelican has been developed. Now we're changing the rules.
I guess part of, and this may not be the right time for this conversation, but the original water management plan and permit encompassed multiple thousands of acres, the original district as originally conceived, which included what is now Pelican Reserve. And you have all those permits from way back when, then you have pieces that got carved off and taken out over time. But it was originally, if you look at the original water management plan, it included all the property.
Did include Arborwood and Colonial and Plantation.
Arborwood.
Yeah, but that was when they were in the district, and Bob, they are not in the district. The district only has assessment powers on properties within its boundaries.
Arborwood was included, phase 3, but not Colonial.
No, Colonial was in the original district.
I'm sorry?
Parts of Colonial were in the original district. boundaries.
Original, very original.
Way
yes.
back when they were
And it got
taken
farmed
out in like 02, 04.
That's when we were at about 6,000 acres, dropped back to 4,400 acres.
So ultimately, we have 3 questions here for waterway management on how you guys want to proceed. If you're going to base the decision on the dollar value, we'll have to quantify that. As of right now, as it sits today, an unwritten rule and how the district's been operating is that the general fund and the general fund alone pays for the maintenance of the flowway, all flowways, regardless if they're in Pelican or if they're in Gateway Greens or wherever they're at, and Area 9, which is the area on the other side of 75. Do you want to keep that status quo, or do you want to have that as a shared expense amongst everybody?
I'd like to see the numbers.
Okay, and
before
I
make a
guess my
decision.
first question would be, so what difference does that make? So last time I said, we're going to come up to what ifs.
Mhm.
So my first what if is, if it is not all paid out of 001, what is
What's
the
the
effect?
impact? Mhm. And we have to calculate that.
That's why we need to know the
Right.
number.
Yeah,
So-
I understand. We're just, we're,
So
Rule 6, when
maybe
we
you
repealed
could
it without
have
knowing.
that for
For
us
our
at
next
the
meeting.
next, workshop.
Unlike Rule 6, when we repealed that without knowing the cost,
right.
we'd like to maybe, so
So,
I'm perfectly fine with leaving it like it is today, not even going through that.
so you have essentially three options.
I
You
am too,
step-
but I want to get all the options.
okay.
I want to know all the what ifs.
That makes sense.
So essentially with this, you have the three options. You have the status quo, you have the Pelican maintains the flowways inside of Pelican, Gateway maintains the flowways inside of Gateway, we still have to figure out Area 9, or you have all flowways and shared areas share the expense. And we can work on those numbers
Mhm.
for your next meeting, but that's one question.
Well, except Basin 6.
Yeah,
Correct?
Basin 6 got to be pulled out.
So you've got 4.
Well, that would be an exception to one of those three options, but yes,
Right.
we can present
But
those.
other than option 1, everything else is some value of cost being added to Pelican without their having to say it. I think that's right. You guys always talking about how Pelican does on things that don't impact them, like the pond or the parks over here. And now we're throwing the opposite, and oh, there's no problem now.
But there's benefit. Your water gets from A to B. That's the difference. Let's see what the numbers are.
Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers. We can pick it up at the next one.
Okay.
We'll give you the
And the last
alternatives.
part of it, before we leave,
Okay,
I would like
no,
to
no,
remind the board that Pelican did pay for the weirs that we put in
right.
this past year. We didn't put that in 001 because we realized that the community got a benefit, and PPAC voted on that, and they said they would pay that $750,000, Laura, is that what we paid?
I don't
For those
have the
weirs,
numbers.
it's
I know
something,
we-
it's in
We
that.
split the cost based on the benefit.
Yeah, but we
So it was split,
contributed.
yes. So it's
So
split.
001 paid for some of the weirs and Pelican paid for some of the weirs.
So the second
Well, I don't
bullet
think it was
point,
based on the
Russ,
benefit, excuse me.
That
It
how
was
the
based
split
on the
was
cost of the
determined.
construction for Weir 2, Weir 3, and 38. That was the only thing I ever heard out of Tetra Tech. Nobody came up with a formula of benefit.
I was given a percentage and I will verify that. I'm
Please
not gonna
do.
have the discussion right now.
Okay,
Talk about
please
it,
do.
bring it back with the numbers.
That'll be great.
Russ, you want to touch on bullet point number 2?
Yeah, bullet point number 2 is currently the Pelican Fund collects the waterway management revenues from the properties outside of the gate. Therefore, Pelican is
Meaning the
responsible.
commercials.
That would be the
commercial
commercials, C5,
C5.
all of
C5.
that.
Commercial and C5.
Correct, all of
Okay.
those parts. So that's all a part of the situation. Responsible for maintaining the water bodies and conservation areas outside of the gate. And do we want to continue that? Or, depending on how things go, does that get carved out and put into the general gateway budget? I mean, these are the questions we need to ask.
That is all part of Basin 6.
Right.
Basin 6 doesn't touch the flowway. That should not even be germane. We currently pay those things.
You got that, that's right, that's on the west.
That's all in
The
Basin
west
6.
side.
So that bullet point should just go away.
Okay,
Well,
that's fine.
We need to
Okay,
hear that from the majority
Oh, I
of the
know,
board.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
not talking-
So, okay, C5, does C5 go into Basin 6 or into
That's
the
what I-
Basin
flowway?
6.
Yes,
It definitely goes north into Basin 6.
Yes, it comes underneath tree line and then goes north.
Nothing goes east across
nothing.
a tree line.
Oh,
The
no,
only
it goes
time-
across tree line.
At the
It's
north
one of
side.
ponds.
Then goes.
The
then
C5
goes
does
to
not
6.
have access.
Yes.
But then goes to 6.
It all goes
Okay.
to, it's all part of Basin 6.
Right, it all flows north and then
So
west.
there's no reason to.
So would you like
do
to
anything.
keep that status quo? or-
Yes.
If
Yeah,
that is
if
true,
if there's only, if everything goes to 6, yeah.
yeah, if it all goes to 6, which is what I wasn't of that opinion, but if it does,
Mhm.
then keep it in.
It's
Okay.
only 6.
All right,
Yeah.
so then we'll
Okay,
bring
you
back
got an answer to one question.
1 out of 3. We'll take it. We'll come back with the numbers for bullet point number 1
Well,
and number
no,
3.
let's go to the third one.
Well, that's number 3 is the same thing as
Same
we
thing.
talked about number
Same
1.
one.
Same as 1, basically.
We'll bring numbers back for that too.
Okay.
Well, that's not part of Pelican, but,
We'll talk about it when we bring the numbers back.
All ponds are under the district's permit, so regardless if it's in Pelican, Magnolia.
Well, and I'm okay with how we're doing it today.
That you are.
I am.
That's it. Do you have any more questions of me? Although you'll have more opportunities that are coming up.
And you are
Well,
going to look at the,
If we could start the next workshop with
The
the
answer.
4 what ifs, the 4 scenarios, and the impacts, and try and finish this off before
I
we,
agree.
and then
Yeah.
be ready for the presentation
Yeah.
on the roadways. But let's try and hone in on this.
Oh, absolutely.
That's
I'd
the
I'd just
plan.
like to have staff take the table, if you go back up, the one that's got all of the houses, not already showing Russ, we got 4 or 5 changes. Somebody needs to go through both in Pelican and in Gateway and verify these counts because they got
That's
errors.
Russ's job.
Yeah, I got them. We
The
got 'em.
units, right?
Resident
The
counts?
the unit. The unit. All right, so that's good. So let's go ahead. Want to take a 5-minute break?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Hey everyone, it's 3:20. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and I'll stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, we can take the time to silence our phones.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Wake up call.
Go ahead and have a roll call. In attendance, we have Carol, Doug, Flavia, Ed, and Bob. And go ahead, I need a motion for approval of the final agenda.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Go ahead with public comment. Laura?
I have several. There's one agenda and several non-agenda. Just a reminder, you get 3 minutes. There's this really cool thing here. When it starts flashing yellow, wrap it up.
And just as a reminder for the board, let's just not engage in the conversation and allow the residents to speak for the whole 3 minutes.
All right, first up, we have Rod Senior regarding agenda item 10A.
This is in support of Mr. Thatcher. Would you mind putting me after him?
All right, those
Sure.
are non-agenda, but okay.
10A.
10A,
Okay.
mhm.
All right, then I have John Samiz, repair of driveway caused by sewer.
Can you just stand up for the,
Please announce your name and your neighborhood for the record.
John Samiz in Pinecrest. 12711 Meadow Pine Lane. We had an approval last summer to get the first section of my driveway repaired. There's a sewer that's sitting in the driveway. So it was agreed upon to go ahead and replace that. But then the board was under the stipulation that I was going to go ahead and repair sections 2 and 3 of the driveway, which I was under the impression that I would repair that when, on my terms, when I was ready to do that. So I'm here today to try to move forward with getting the first section repaired.
that's you're done?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Can we just, can we get a recollection of what that decision was, and if it was dependent on, we would fix one component, and whether the stipulation was that the other section had to be repaired or not had to be, I don't remember exactly.
From what I recall from the meeting was that we said we would handle our portion of the sewer and it's a clean cut. Because the entire driveway is cracked, we didn't want to do our portion and then they not do their portion and our portion becomes cracked again. So we said, we'll queue up our stuff when the property owner gets their contractor ready to go. We can do it in tandem and do.
and that's why.
Can we just pull the language to make
And
sure
then
that we're.
in addition, I remember because if we did ours, then if they didn't do anything, then the issue would be even more severe because then you would really see a difference between, because it's like, it's sinking
Yeah, but
on their end.
it's the manholes in the first part of the driveway. The additional impact is
Up by the house.
really his area. So if there was an issue,
The crack is on his area, but.
I remember what I'm saying, you know, if there's a discrepancy between the concrete, how does that impact us?
It's going to impact him.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying.
Well, what my recollection was, and could be wrong, is he initially wanted us to do everything. We said no, but we'll take care of the first portion.
Yes.
If he never does the second, that did not influence my decision to take care of the first.
Correct.
So we do the first, we do it whenever we want to do it. And if he ever does the rest, that's up to him, whether he does it or doesn't do it.
The only thing is, there's public, so Tony, if we do a repair and the homeowner's responsibility, if that repair is never done, and it creates, or there is some type of discrepancy between the levels of the concrete or whatever else, we probably need to make sure that something is signed off, you know, so we're not liable.
Our responsibility is what we did, period.
An indemnity from.
I guess the concept is to the extent that we have different portions to be repaired by different parties, and not in coordination. That's what it sounds like it's going to happen. Unfortunately, I think Chelsea's idea is the better idea, quite frankly, do it together. Then if you have the piece that the district has agreed to repair is conforming to all specifications, is nice and in the balance of it, that's the homeowner's responsibility, is not, there's a lip and edge, a trip hazard, something else. I'd say we not do it until such time we have that
Yeah,
coordination.
I just pulled up
Yeah.
the email, and it was actually from May.
Yeah, I
And
would,
and that's what it says, that we'll do it once we do it together. Well, it's just conversation between Chelsea and staff.
yeah, because then we are creating a hazard.
Well,
Yeah,
but
trip hazard,
I want to pull
arguably.
exactly what was approved.
How would it be a hazard?
If there's an elevation separator distance of what.
Well, if they're going to crack it up, they're going to make it level.
Not necessarily.
No,
The
because
manhole is
It's
at a certain
different.
height.
Yeah,
And
because
so
it was
that-
like this, I don't know if you remember, and then here's the garage door, so there's a crack here that I'm not concerned. Manhole was here. But
What was the
we
meeting date?
agreed that we're gonna, to make it a clean cut, we're gonna come to this, over,
Yeah,
like this
correct.
sediment, and come back here. So if we do it, then there'll be a difference between his driveway here and ours, and that's what I'm concerned, because it'll be past ADA compliance.
So really, it comes down to two options, and it would be, and we have to go back to what we approved and hold true to that, but still, the option would be, we do it in tandem to ensure, a good, clean repair, or we complete our portion. And so you can do yours at whatever time, but also identification or things that we will need signed. Because even if it's parallel, if you don't repair your area, you know how those cracks and oaks and, all that stuff, it could easily get out of whack within a year if it takes you that long. So there's two paths. We need to figure out what we approve.
Well, I remember it, yeah.
Well, are you ready to move forward with your part?
Well, it all depends on the cost of it, but I mean, if we go back to a
Well, have you
2-year,
gotten quotes yet?
no, I'm waiting for the contractor to come by.
When
So,
did we approve this?
in this, over the summer. In May?
I have emails from 5/22, and then the email that came from Daniel, it just says, I'm currently, and that's to you, I'm currently working on finding the contractor that will do the work, and once I have the contractor proposed in hand, I'll work with you on scheduling. The only portion that GSCDD will be replacing is the apron area immediately surround the manhole cover. The remainder of the driveway will be on you to correct. So
Right.
that's the communication that you received.
Right.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I'm not
I used to
concerned
live
about
two
that.
doors
Yeah,
down.
I'm not
from
concerned
that.
about this, I'm concerned about this, because we're gonna make it a
That
clean.
lip right there.
Yeah, so there is a difference here, because I actually went to his property.
Because you would cut it right there, right along the seam.
Yes, but then this elevation you have to maintain.
I completely understand.
Yeah, so,
I think what we're saying is that in order to achieve a smooth deal with a manhole cover, we're going to create a vertical separation between the
Yes.
two slabs.
that's what I'm.
That's the issue.
And like I
How
said,
did you see it?
It's okay.
I mean, there's two options. We do it in unison, and that it should alleviate any potential risk. Or if we break it apart,
We break it apart, we're going to have to have
something has to
we're
be.
going to have something in the way of a release that if there's
Correct.
any damage or any trips, any falls, any breaks, anything.
So, sir, you're saying no one has ever gotten back to you with any kind of a cost or a
Not yet.
contractor or how long this would,
But
take to
not
do
our-
anything.
But not our job
It's
to
not our
to
job.
quote him out. We're responsible for our piece. He's responsible for his other
He
piece.
wants to utilize
no,
this.
but according to what you just read, Daniel was going to get a contractor and get
We have quotes.
A
We have,
price.
we're ready on our
you
side.
have quotes.
Yeah,
For
we're-
our portion.
Our portion of the apron,
If
we're
he
ready.
wants to utilize the same vendor, then he has to contact the same vendor and you get a quote from that. But
Okay.
we're not requiring him to utilize the same vendor.
Do you have the
I
information
don't think
about
I have
our
that
vendor?
information.
Okay.
Okay.
John did relay yesterday, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but he said he doesn't have the financial resources right now to do his portion.
Yeah, which is
Well, it
understandable.
doesn't, I don't know what it is though. I mean, depends on what it comes in. If he's gonna say 10,000 for me to do it, then I have a problem with it. I can't
Okay,
do
so
it right
let's
now.
partner with Daniel and then you can share the vendor that we had the quote 5 months ago to do it,
Yeah, we'll probably have to get an updated quote.
which
but
is
yeah.
fine, but at least he gives you one contact and then you can go on your own and find different vendors and get estimates and then do that part of your homework and then.
It wouldn't surprise me
It is that.
if that amount
It
came
is that
to
much.
around 10K.
Yeah.
So
For the whole thing?
for your portion. Yeah, I mean, concrete is expensive right now and,
Would-
so I think if that's the case, I think we need to be
Okay.
going down the
Yeah.
path of what is the option, and Tony, what would you be comfortable with having him sign off if we did it in?
If we were to go that route, I would prepare a hold harmless indemnification agreement and also name the district as additional insured on its homeowners policy.
Okay, so if we resolve the issue that we're responsible for the manhole cover, and get the hold harmless that Tony wants. Whether John chooses to do the rest or not is totally up to him.
Yeah.
But we're out of it from that point. Is that what you would like to have?
Well, here's the other thing. If it's going to cost me $10,000 to put concrete on the 2 sections, I could go ahead and do the whole driveway probably for $6,000 and put pavers down.
I know you can't.
Why not?
Papers are way more, I mean,
Yeah, they're,
I just gotta.
well, I'm not gonna say you can't, I'm saying
But,
that I don't,
my question to you is if we do what we said we would do, regardless of what you do or don't do,
Right.
are you happy?
Well, that's what I thought we were going to do.
Okay. So that's it.
So,
If we get the pricing, and certainly share it with him, just so he knows.
yeah, absolutely.
And Tony writes the hold harmless, then we're done with it.
Plus
Here's,
insurance.
here's-
plus these
Whatever,
and then
whatever
the-
here's my
Insurance, yeah.
concern is, to Ed's point, we're gonna have a vertical separation
We will.
and it's gonna crack because the vehicles are gonna continue to drive over it. And so then we're gonna be repairing the same apron
No,
a year from
that's
now.
what's going to mean the hold harmless.
That's
and
where we're
release.
gonna have the release.
Okay, so it's not just for any incidents that occur, it's also for any further damage that occurs
Including on our property, which,
within the easement area.
yes.
Any damage that occurs because of the inactivity to repair it on the other side
Correct.
is, we're hold.
It's on the
harmless
it's on
on
the
it.
homeowner at that point. So if
It
it,
puts him on the.
to
hook
grade
for-
after it's
the
done.
best thing to do is have our team get a quote, supply him with the contractor. He can get a total quote, and he can determine whether or not he wants to go pavers, he wants to repair in parallel, or if he wants to do nothing. So there's
Yep.
actually 3 options.
Yep, that works.
Because if you go pavers and we,
Right. I mean, if you're going to give
It
me
changes
the
our-
credit on that, then is that what you're saying or no? If I decide to do the whole thing with pavers instead of do concrete?
Yeah, if we're in for a nickel, we're in for the nickel. It won't exceed what the cost of the concrete was, how it's applied.
We know what our cost is.
yeah, because
Right.
we would still have this piece that
Right.
would be
So there would be a
concrete.
dollar
You would-
value
pavers
for what
would
we're
be
gonna
a-
do.
Yeah, if you're going to give me 4,000 or 3,000 or
Right.
whatever it is, then I could take that and go and do pavers on the whole driveway. if I
Absolutely.
wanted.
We would not give the property owner the check, we would.
No.
You would, you keep it?
To the
and-
supplier.
That's fine.
Yes, we would pay.
So let's have Daniel reach out to you and then you guys go from there. Thank
Okay.
you.
We'll figure it out.
All right, good. Thank you.
Have a good day. Well, that was easy.
If you're gonna do pavers, though, I would still box out the manhole cover.
Oh.
All right, I
They'll
can't read the
separate.
whole last name on this one. It's Rick Mc, something that starts with a D. and McDowell, okay, from Timber Ridge regarding lake restoration.
I think a lot of my questions.
If you could just wait till you get to the microphone, please.
I think a lot of my questions
Could
will be
you
answered
just
once,
state your name?
Rick McDowell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, I think a lot of my questions will be answered once we start discussing it today, but I'm asking the board to consider its exemptions into the easement areas. I don't know if that is even on the docket today for what we're going to be discussing in the late bank. I'll cover that. Yeah, so a lot of them covered, so if
So
you
you're
need to.
passing on your minutes? Okay.
Yes, all right.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, guys.
Skip this guy. All right. All right, Bob Risler.
Bob Raisler, Timber Ridge, on the board of Timber Ridge. We have a few items we need to discuss. The first one is that we were in the process of rebuilding the bank off of Daniels Preserve, which touches some of Timber Ridge's property. They wanted to take down a fence. I said, why don't you come on our property? We have a vacant lot there that stands on top of that lake, and we encouraged them to come in and do that. In the process of doing that and tearing up the property, they discovered a meter we were unaware of, but apparently a meter that operated and irrigated a property there. That caused some problems with regard to, okay, so whose water is that? And of course, we didn't know. We then subsequently decided to study the water, the irrigation water throughout Timber Ridge, studied it and found another meter that was not being paid for by Timber Ridge. So we had 2 meters that were not being paid for by Timber Ridge. That was all in the process of turning over Timber Ridge to the board or whoever it was at the time. It got missed. It didn't get assigned. The meters ran. We would set the timers on the meters apparently, and they would all run. And everybody was oblivious of the fact that it wasn't being metered properly and paid for. So we're perfectly willing to sign those meters over to Timber Ridge, and we would go forward paying for them. And we recognize that we're responsible for it, but we'd like to pay for it going forward. I don't think we have the bill to pay for any past water that occurred, so we'd like to and encourage the board to assign us those meters. We'll pay for them going forward. as point number one. The next item that we have has to do with property within the confines of Timber Ridge. We have property that belongs to Gateway CCD. And there are 3 places on Pond 94 that belong to Gateway CCD. And what we would like to do going forward, and there's going to be multiple issues surrounding Lake 94, which has been severely eroded. And that's another issue, my third point. But we do have maintenance responsibility for those properties that belong to CCD. We will maintain and would like to have a maintenance easement assigned to Timber Ridge to maintain that property so we can be on that property legitimately. It was unknown that that property belonged to Gateway, and we would like to at least be given an easement, a maintenance easement for those properties, and we'll maintain it. Then we get to Lake 94, which we need to discuss. That property, that pond has not been maintained, and it's not an unusual thing within Gateway now that they've started the bank, repairing the banks. But in this particular case, we're looking at anywhere from 6 to 10 feet, and in some cases, maybe even more erosion of the bank. And in order to properly repair the bank, I think the bank needs to be restored. And then that brings up the issue that has already been passed by the board, which says we want to clear cut all the palm trees surrounding the lake. And there are possibly as many as 55, maybe 40, 55 palm trees. So the word was presented to you all, and you all agreed that we'll clear cut all those palm trees. Well, given the fact that the bank has been so severely eroded, we don't need to clear cut those palm trees if we rebuild the bank.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to just wrap it up. Your 3 minutes. I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay, that's it. All I'm asking is don't do the clear cutting, reverse that decision that you made, and then we need to study and survey all of the properties around Lake 94.
Thank you. I do have some questions. So are we talking, as of right now, we're talking about the 2 locations that we visited this morning?
Yes.
That's the only 2 locations that.
All right, well,
that
he's saying 3, I know of 2.
I
We
know
can
of 2,
work
yeah.
on it.
What are you talking about?
The properties that belong to Gateway. Is that what you're asking?
No, the areas that we need
The
to
meet,
put
well,
meters.
start with the meters.
Start with the first item.
Oh,
that
there are
you
2
came out.
meters that.
So the 2 locations that you and I visited this
Yes.
morning. Okay.
Right.
Well, we found the 1 meter. It's been found and it's
Correct, but right
there.
now it's in the
It's,
district's name.
it's,
But did
this
we
one, yeah.
find that second meter?
I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
We,
Bill
There is
hadn't
no-
found it yet.
No. We found the curb stop, there's no meter.
Well, my
We will be
issue-
putting in a meter.
Yeah, my
Here?
issue was that
And then this
was
one
the
here.
meter that we
in that corner.
probed the other day to
yes,
try
you
to
have a
find,
little-
hasn't been found, and if it was found, is it a Zenner meter?
We're putting in a meter. We did not find a meter.
Oh,
I-
there is no meter.
There is no meter, so I guess it's
Oh.
a mute point. Going forward, they're willing to pay for it once we put a meter, so I'm not worried. So that, I just want to make sure locations, there are 2, and there are the 2 that I visited today.
right. One of the meters had, they discovered in the
And I
repairing
saw
the
that one, the
property, they
smaller
discovered a
property.
meter. They changed it out and that's now working off a meter. The other one, I guess we don't have a meter and we agree to put one in and pay for it.
Yeah, and there are 3 properties that are CDD owned.
Correct.
Within the community.
Which were, that's the second
Well,
part.
you got the lot, then you've got the south end, and then you've got the one over on the
Here.
wall. So
Right here.
those are the 3.
Yes,
So
which we don't have a problem giving it.
with,
So
currently the meter that we found that was old, that Brad used as a staging area, we put in our name until we could figure this out. That will be turned over to the HOA. The other location, which is the big common area, is unmetered. We will be putting in a meter and charging connection fees per
Okay.
setting them up as a new customer. The third area, which I believe is over near that other gentleman's, is that the third area you're talking about?
No,
See,
there
that's what I'm
there are
confused.
2
I
areas.
only
Just
two
those 2?
areas, yeah.
Okay, so those 2 we'll handle with the
Done, okay,
meters.
I got that.
The easement areas that we're talking about,
3 easement areas that we would like to have an
All right,
easement,
for
a
maintenance.
maintenance easement assigned to us so we can be properly on.
a landscape maintenance easement, and those
Which-
are,
Which will be, I just so I understand, so which will be this one here, right, Chelsea?
Could-
That's
can I-
one.
can I-
That's one, the other one's on the south end. But the issue I'm trying to point out is
Okay.
one of
No,
the
then
areas
it's
that we
one
own,
here and another
the
one.
CDT, they are already watering off of their system.
Correct.
And have been since day one.
Correct.
The other two areas is watered in part
Yes.
by that meter that we saw, that they found
Yes.
fixed. And then the other one, we now know the answer is no, there's no water there at all.
Okay, so here.
So,
There's no water at the end of the pond.
South end of the pond, there's no
understood,
water.
There's no
understood.
meters. Here, also, there was no meter. So here.
So the
if you put a
three
meter, you're gonna pay
landscape
for it.
maintenance
Right here.
easement
He
areas
wants to-
are
he wants
At
the HA wants to
The,
make this
as you
nice
go over the
and
bridge,
So they-
Yep.
the first,
so
the
they-
By-
first
by this
lot to
gentleman-
the right.
by this gentleman's house, yes.
At the end of the south end of the
And they
pond,
just wanna
Okay.
be able to maintain
and
that.
that's,
We don't
and
know
then
about
behind the
The
wall,
bank.
at the deepest corner
Okay.
to the south.
I'm clear on the three landscape
Me too.
maintenance easements.
Okay.
And then the other one that I would want, because I think that we're premature in making a decision of how to proceed with anything on Pond 94 until we get those, I think it's 14 or 15 lots staked.
So you wanna
I have
make
no
a-
idea what we're looking at, other than the fact that when we have one house that says it's 20 feet off the LME, and you've got measured, it's 14. We need to get those things staked, because there has been significant erosion on the east side of that lake. Significant.
Well, so one other thing for your irrigation issue is we still have to figure out Alderwood Court. Alderwood Court, right when you come in on the left. So that is an unresolved issue.
No, it's
No,
water.
there's nothing there.
Where is we have to figure that from what meter?
Okay,
That's-
the meter, the meter.
We can work through this
Yeah,
outside.
when
of
you
this.
come-
There is a meter.
Everything, to make it easy, everything on the west side of the bridge in that community, everything on the west side is going through, we ran it, we tested it. It's going through that meter there as you cross the bridge.
All right.
That's the one that's reading about 400,000 gallons every 2-month period. That's why it's using so much water, because everything on that side is being watered.
Perhaps,
everything.
let's meet
And on the
out
other
there.
side of the bridge.
Let's meet out there with Bill.
Okay.
All right,
All right, no problem. So then the only thing that you're asking us right now that will be up for consideration is surveying the properties on Lake 94 to see if erosion took place, and then we may not need to remove some of the palm trees and lake trees, given that the banks needs to be restored. I got that?
And I can
Okay.
understand that
I
you
got
want to
that,
know that before we
Yes.
do away with your third.
Some are questionable to me, I'll be honest with you, I was on site twice, and some I could see, and some, but again, once the survey is done, then we'll know. Yes, Tony?
And from the standpoint of the parcels involved, that one track looks like a huge lake track, primarily it's a water management track with some, lake bank. And there's two other tracks that you said you wanted to have a landscape maintenance.
I'll work with you on that.
Okay, I was going to say, because we get.
I know the locations.
Okay, thank you.
And then
But I-
irrigation on the south end of the case is an open issue. There's no irrigation at the south end of the lake.
Correct.
Which never was,
Right,
and
correct.
established, so once something, it's sable palms are native, they're established, you're not gonna need it.
Unless we have to
Bahia-
move them.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I have a question.
I'm all for all of it.
If the first step is to put in the surveys, stakes,
Yeah,
survey
yes,
stakes,
yeah.
are we going to survey the entire pond or just behind residence homes?
Well, we-
Question.
Well, we have 6 houses, Bob, on
I've been
the
out there,
east
I looked
side.
at it.
Yeah.
I know it looks like-
I don't see any reason to do anything more than those 14 lots. There's nothing else to survey.
There's nothing
Well,
else, yeah.
Okay,
There's
but
nothing
that's
else to
why
survey.
I'm asking
Yeah.
what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because on that far stretch on the back of it, farthest from the road, where there's currently a bunch of trees, if any type of
That's the
slope
district's property.
remediation needs to be done, those trees can go and you just refix them.
Correct,
Yeah.
and that's what I was thinking, that'll be the cheaper, and they're not
Right.
required.
Because
and
I'm
that's
not
what I was thinking.
really, I don't know that I can fully embrace carrying 20 years worth of erosion. There's no littorals there.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, I think,
Just take it a step at a
to
time.
answer your question, the survey is only really necessary for the 14
For the
lots.
homes, yeah.
I don't see
And
it.
that'll be
well,
a-
there's one on the other side, he's got his wall there, where he built a wall out of brick and stuff. On the opposite side.
He's one of the 6 on that side, and there's 8 on the other
So
side.
you're doing, okay, there's only 14 houses in total?
Yeah,
14
yeah,
homes.
Right, 14? Yeah.
I think he's less.
All right, well, let's see what that tells us. I thought it was more than that.
Pretty sure it's
10,
14.
11, 12, 13, 14 homes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Next.
All right, John Payne, did you have anything to add to that? You also had Lake 94.
I was just,
We live on the corner where,
If you could just announce your name for the record, please.
John Payne. We live on the far corner of the end of that lake where we look right down to that easement we questioned about. And we fell in love with that. We got the trees and then we got the lake and now I'm here and it's gonna go, the trees. Without the trees, there's no irrigation back then. I'm hearing there's not gonna be. We're gonna look at dead grass 6 months out of the year. Because those trees kind of shield the grass a little bit along with the bushes. So I know it's a matter of cost, but one I hear from realtors and people in the subdivisions could bring down the value of the property. Just the beautification of that easement. Question.
Are you talking about the south end?
Here, this is his property.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but this area here.
Right, right.
So this is his property, and he's talking what Bob is talking about. So
Okay,
right
you got the
here,
oak, you got the big oaks.
Yes, and I'm willing to let
Well,
them
he's
go.
worried about that other stretch, that long stretch.
which if we need to do
with the
anything,
Dozen trees there.
I would go with Bob's, clear cut the trees, and because the cost, to clear cutting 9 trees versus the cost of redoing that bank. it's
Or
significant.
possibly even just moving them further back.
I think
Tree
that's-
plantings. Yeah.
those trees are all built in clusters of 3 and 2.
Yeah.
You could take out the 3, make a decision to replant them or get
Right.
rid of them. The 2, if you go clear cut, they're in the clear cut. I don't think a clear cut's necessary. You could go 12 feet, solve the
And
problem,
upgrade.
still have the trees, you're willing to
Still get your
already,
4-to-1.
you're
So
already
you're
willing
removing
to
just the
maintain it.
First line of
Yeah,
trees, that's
just,
it.
just make the most cost-effective way.
Okay.
Keep him happy with the trees that are there by replanting, and then not go into a full bank replenishment or a pond replenishment.
And I
Just
think that's
contour
what,
it down to
I think that's
4-to-1.
what you're
All right,
implying
thank
too.
you, John.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next up, I have Tom Thatcher.
My name's Tom Thatcher. I'm a resident of Mahogany Run South. I'd like to understand the CDZ's position on the lake management easement a little bit better. While we acknowledge your right to access our properties for maintenance, we strongly oppose the clear cutting. This action, along with the permit granted by Lee County, directly contradicts the agreement between the CDD and Westinghouse, which commits to restoring the property to its original condition or better. Additionally, Lee County has cited a section of the Land Development Code in the permit that CDD was granted that I believe only applies to property owners removing trees. We believe the correct section is 14337A5, which specifically addresses duly constituted entities like CDD and easements. This section requires minimal tree removal. We urge CDD board to reconsider the decision and explore alternative solutions that preserve the natural beauty of our neighborhood while respecting the easement's limitations. My question to the board is, what information do you have that gives you the right to clear cut our properties that we're not aware of? Have you vacated the easement in some way? Because you have an easement on the agenda. What allows you to do this?
I want to ask if you're done with your 3 minutes. Once you're done with your 3 minutes, then we entertain a question.
Okay.
So he's done, okay.
All right, our final comment is from Rod
Well,
Sean.
I want to be
Oh,
able, I
okay.
just didn't want to interrupt him during these 3 minutes, and then
Okay.
he would not have enough time. So Tony, you want to,
Yeah, I'm not sure what agreement he's referencing. I don't have all the code sites he's referencing either. But if the district has a lake maintenance easement, that's called a dominant estate in the Florida law. I may own property, I have an easement, and my property is now the servient estate to the extent there's an easement on top of it. The easement and the easement holder, that's the dominant estate. And
supersede the property?
well, they can't interfere. The underlying fee owner, which is the servient estate, cannot interfere with the use, function, and operation of the easement holder's rights under the dominant estate, the lake maintenance easement. So if there is anything in the way of the district utilizing its lake maintenance easement for purposes of lake maintenance, the district has the ability to remove those interfering items.
Okay. And that's what
And I don't know what code he's, I
And
don't know the
that's what we've
section,
worked on
and I don't know
this
what agreement he's mentioning.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, I've been out there, looked at this. We now have the lake state, and in my opinion, it clarified a lot. I am of the opinion that we can very simply, without getting in a lot of trouble, a lot of discussions, a lot of hatred, is take the clear cut, rescind that deal, and go back to 12 to 13 feet. I looked at the Tetra Tech plans. We're anywhere on a 4-to-1 to a 6-to-1 slope, and we're going back 1 foot elevation, okay, to the trench line where we start the fabric, okay? So if we're at a 6-to-1 slope, which is the worst, that means we're going back 6 feet on 6-to-1. 6 feet of 20 feet, that still leaves 14 feet to have clear cut. We no more need 14 feet than the man in the moon to do the work. They can do it in 12 to 13 feet. That eliminates one hell of a lot of things. There are stuff in certain yards that are going to be knocked out.
What's that cost at approximately?
I'm sorry?
What's the cost on that amount of backfill? Or
Well, this isn't a backfill issue here now. The backfill issue, I think Stephen will have, that he can do the calculations. I would say maybe 8 to 10 lots that had the stakes out in the water. And this is the point you get. This is what happens when you go back to these old plats. These lots are curvilinear, but the property description is straight line. So you go between 2 points, 2 in the water, like on my lot, and you've got the lot that goes out in the middle. What you're going to have to do, in my opinion, is just try to match it such that why do we want to take and go in and cut out that in the middle?
Sure.
That would just be stupid. So a lot of extra work. So fill in the 2 areas on the side to make it straight line and be done with it. But the issue is that, in my opinion, you can easily do all the work we need to do on the basis that we're going 1 foot in elevation, going back to the cut line, which is 6 feet. 6 feet out of 14, that leaves either 6 feet or 7 feet, depending on whether you go 12 or 13 foot clear.
Well, we'll have the district engineer on for 10A to address Lake 109 specifically.
I do have a question. I was on site visiting this property, Mahogany Run.
Yeah, that one's 9 feet in the water.
Okay, I did see that there was a repair made there. I was there with Daniel. Did you see that a repair was made here to this? Because I was able to.
When was it done?
I talked to Daniel about it because I saw that the fabric was there. So I was in the assumption there was something done in 2015 to 2015.
No, up and down that lake, you're very visible. If the lake.
So
level,
I can tell that they did a repair, and I was thinking, remember when Shoemaker was here, we were doing those point repairs with that fabric, and it looked like that.
There are several places on 109 where fabric were visible. If the water level would drop, you'd see them real easy. But right now, because the water level's above control, you can't see them. You can see some of the black materials still.
Well, I saw it last
there.
week.
Yeah.
It was, so I can tell that, like, at least on this
But
property
I don't
here.
know, I have no idea of which ponds or which lots were done, but that particular lot right there,
I saw.
the point is 9 feet in the water
And it's the worst one, I think.
by far.
One more public comment.
All right. That's the.
Rod Senior regarding agenda item 10A.
Well, and you got your weird right here. So you've got
Yeah, so what
long-term.
happened?
Good afternoon all. Rod Senior, Gateway Greens. I'm here to support Mr. Thatcher and other residents similarly affected, which doesn't include me. I'm just trying to be a good neighbour. The 20-foot LME rule was written a long time ago and understandably provides the board with certain powers. Although there are rules, it is an imperfect world, and for many reasons, rules may not have been rigidly adhered to in the past. Perhaps an inadvertent oversight by a resident or less vigilance by previous district boards and staff, pond bank erosion, etc. The question is not over the rule itself, but it is more to do with the common sense enforcement of the rule. By example, in my career as VP for Valero Oil Company, I managed 4,000 independent gas stations. The EPA introduced a rule that all underground metal storage tanks must be replaced by fiberglass to prevent leaks and environmental pollution. Forcing all my dealers to dig up their tanks because of this rule would have bankrupted them. The common sense solution that the industry adopted was to grandfather existing underground tanks unless an actual leak was detected, in which case they were required to be replaced. The new rules were applied to all new gas stations built or refurbished from a date certain. The case of a 20-foot LME, in my mind, is not really that different. If this board decides on rigid implementation of the 20-foot rule, then by all means formulate such a new policy from a date certain. I am sure that Tony can draft a resolution with all the whereas clauses stating that existing obstacles inside 20-foot, e.g. trees and pool cages, may be grandfathered unless they are deemed to be a clear and present obstruction to your lake maintenance contractors. If they are, then they should be removed or relocated to comply. If they are not, then why not leave things be and avoid a witch hunt? This solution puts less pressure on your staff to wield a heavy hand on old compliance issues and cause unwarranted problems for our residents. That's just want to say, before I did mention this at the previous board meeting, Flavio, I think you were away. There are no minutes that I found on the website for the evening public hearing on September the 19th. I haven't found them yet, and I don't know whether they've been posted in any shape or form. Because I'm concerned about your motion, Doug, I've mentioned to you that followed the Chapter 6 repeal motion, which is limiting this board to Chapter 170 in methodology, and I'm asking if you'd consider amending that motion to include 190 and any other applicable statutes.
Yes, I'll talk to staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.
Right, that's the only public that's the last of the public comment requests that I have.
Nobody
I
online?
don't have anything, no, nobody can do that anymore starting this fiscal year.
Oh,
No.
all right, local achievements and recognitions, do we have anything?
We've had a lot of compliments for our utility staff and all of the work that they've done out in the field. If it's a pressure issue or if it's just over communicating. So I want to just give them the kudos that they deserve.
Thank you. Pelican Reserve? Thank you.
I can find my pointer. All right, at their PPAC meeting last month, Peggy's term has come up. It actually ends in a few days. She has agreed to stay on PPAC and submitted her application to remain on PPAC. And they unanimously voted to have her on PPAC. And since those appointments need to be approved by the board, I'm bringing that forward for your approval.
Move to approve.
Accept. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Welcome back, Patty.
All right.
Move to approve agenda items 8A, B, and C.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
When are we,
I-
to follow up on
Consent
Rod's
agenda.
deal, when are we going to have the minutes for that
So we had them.
19th meeting?
We have them. We just, because the audio was so horrid in person and online, Tony wants to take another stab at reviewing those as well as staff to make sure that we have documented exactly what was done and approved at that meeting. So I'm hoping by your November 21st meeting, we will have those for you.
And the only item that you have in question is Doug's motion?
No, the whole meeting is.
No, there were a number of areas.
Sorry,
No, there are a number of areas that I'm working with. As I said, my first pass, I made some comments, I came back, there were still some additional comments I have because of the nature of that particular action. I think it's important to have Zachary's set of minutes.
So you'll have it at
Recognizing
the-
we do have an audio.
You'll have it at yes, the audio is online. It's not the best, but the November 21st, you'll have it.
That's our goal. Thank you. So let's move up to consent agenda items. Anything to pull?
Yes. A. Could you pull up the wording for agenda item
So do we want to?
8,
Do you want to
9A?
make a motion to approve?
Yeah,
B and
I'll make
C?
a motion to approve non-B, C, and D.
Second.
Okay, I would like to amend his motion to include only the distribution of $95,163.98 from the Gateway Series 2023-1 bond.
Are you talking about B?
And I would exclude the $189
Wait, hold on.
Let's
from
just-
the,
let's
We
just-
haven't pulled
let's
it
just-
yet?
Let's just pull.
So you want to pull A?
So
You
we-
wanna-
I want to pull A.
Okay,
Okay, so
pull A.
let's, so
I'm
we
just,
have a motion for approving of 9B, C, and D.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do I have
and
a
we'll
second?
discuss it.
I second.
All second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and A now.
Now go back to the other
Now
one.
go.
Okay. I would like to approve just the first distribution, which is the 95,000 and some odd dollars. Where did it go? It was just up here.
It's right there. items.
9516.
And to exclude for the moment, the part that would come from Pelican Preserve, which is the $189. I understand that, but I would like that part to go back as an agenda item to PPAC, which meets next Thursday. Because PPAC and Pelican have now paid off the 2013 bonds. And that's why I asked you for, if you could give us an idea how much Pelican Preserve has spent out of the 2023 bond issue. Because I would like to give PPAC an opportunity to discuss whether they want this money taken from bond funds, which means they would still remain a part of bond funds, or if they just want to pay it out of their reserves, this $189. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if at some point Pelican wants to divest itself away from the CDD, they must have all their bonds paid off. We can't carry a bond obligation forward. So I want PPAC to discuss at their meeting next Thursday whether they want this money to be paid out of reserves, which would no longer be a bond obligation, or they want to continue to make it be a bond obligation.
I get it, makes sense.
Got it.
And then they should make a recommendation to us and we can take up that $189 on the 21st.
Okay, so then we'll make a motion to approve the Gateway part. And
Yes.
then pull the Pelican Park and bring that back on the 17th.
On the 21st.
21st, okay.
Right.
That's your motion.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for discussion and then we'll get started.
I have a concern because I'm trying to close out fiscal 24. This is the last disbursement for fiscal 24. It's $189. And we can start with fiscal 25 expenses. I'm trying to get your own closed out.
It's only 2 weeks.
I don't have 2 weeks. This is my last shot for fiscal 24.
It's $189.
We won't see it until April, and here in November, it's the last shot.
I have to have all the stuff in because we have to have our side of it closed out by the end of December, which gives Sonia 6 weeks to get it done.
By the end of December, this is
No,
only
I
November.
cannot make any more entries after this week. This is my last chance to put something in there. It's $189. I mean, if that's what you want to do.
I
that's
think
fine, but I'm
somehow
trying
the
to
world
close
will
out.
not collapse over $200.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, we'll take it to PPAC.
But I
Oh,
don't
wait,
know
we
if-
have a motion on the floor and a second, so
Right.
we have to vote on that.
Tony, do you have something?
No, I was just going to say, we haven't voted yet.
Okay, yeah.
I was just going to say.
I'm
Sorry,
awake
Chair.
today. Okay, we have a motion. I'm gonna call it for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
4-1.
I think they're just making sure I'm awake, that's all.
Moving right along.
District engineer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Stephen
Hi.
Agapi, Tetra Tech District Engineer. So at the last board meeting, you gave direction to have Lake 109 staked so that it was easier to see where the property lines were and the lake maintenance easement was. That work has been done. Surveyor confirmed that the points that we were using were within inches of what he discovered in the field. So we used that information. We double checked to make sure all the trees that were in the LME that were called out for removal were based on the field data. That all checked out. Then we looked into the amount of erosion and which areas may require additional fill so that the property line would be located at the control elevation when the lake bank is restored. So what we found was that for all the properties, as long as the property line or the property corner that was found was within 6 feet of the edge of the lake bank that during the normal course of restoration, the property line will naturally fall onto the control elevation. There is one case, which we've talked about, near the wing wall by the weir, where the erosion is greater. It's about like 9 feet, and that area would require additional fill. But all of the other ones that are in the water will, during the course of the restoration work, fill is going to be added to create the 6-to-1 slope, and those spots will be returned to where they were designed to be built at.
Oh, so that's easy, so we only had one area.
That, yeah, I think it's about, what, about nine lots or ballpark, Stephen, really impacted?
Yeah.
by this?
Yeah, some of them were not very far out. Some were like a foot, some were 5 feet. It was that first one at the north that's the worst.
Yeah.
So
The second component of this, I agree with what he's got. The second component of it is the issue of the clear cut.
So before you go into that, I was talking with Stephen, and considering that their original survey was within inches of the actual surveyor that went out and hit those, that property corner by the weir, if there is a cost change, because the bids are due on Friday, I don't want to extend the bids. We're going into dry season. We have contingency. We can address it via change order with the contractor once it's awarded. I'd rather not delay.
I'm fine with it.
Well,
Okay.
the only thing I can see is that we're not at control yet even. We're above control.
Yeah, oh, I know.
And you're going to get more water. The issue is the only way we're going to work on that pond anywhere in the foreseeable future is we're going to have to open up the weir.
Yeah, understood. But I don't want to slow paper. I don't want to slow.
Yeah, I understand that, but
paperwork.
I just want to make sure that I'm not worried now about what the design is, because I think we've got that now within reason. The issue is the actual construction. That's where we're.
And so this is a property that I kind of want to take back the concern that Bob had. So when I visited this property, they do have, and I went to look back at area year after year. It looked like what started as a washout from in between the property, just how the velocity of the water was just coming so fast, and then gutters on both properties. And then I noticed a somewhat newly installed French drain within the property. So that's one that we definitely have to make sure. I think both properties, Ed, have
time to get
let them know.
bubble ups.
Yeah, I mean, the experience we had on Pond 36, you can pump these things down, not only quickly, but.
This is the flowway. That's the
Oh, it didn't
problem.
look like it. I thought it was.
No, this is the
No,
flowway.
yeah.
This is the main flowway. You've got a 108-inch diameter pipe
Oh,
connecting these
I
two
didn't see
ponds.
that on
Yeah,
there, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
yeah. And that's the problem with even opening the weirs. It takes forever for the water level to drop because basically all of the south side of Gateway, including the airport, is coming through this.
All right.
Okay, so basically from this discussion, am I taking that when the bids come in, they're going, based on the staking, there were not major areas of difference, and so the bids should be pretty close to what the actual costs are going to be?
Stephen, is that what you want to say? Is that how you want to word it?
Yeah.
Look,
we're definitely going to have a change order at the that furthest north property. We'll just have to address that, once or if a contractor is selected, get a cost proposal for them to add additional fill behind that one home by the weir.
And we don't have a bid right now.
No, they're due Friday.
But just to bring this up, 94, which was talked about earlier at, some decent length, is also attached to this lake on the same bid. So.
Well, the thing jumping off this is if we're getting the bids coming in Friday, right now we got a little bit of a situation. The bids, as I understand it, are showing, and the plans are showing the clear cut. I don't know what the contractor's deal is going to be is if we change that clear cut to, by an addendum or whatever necessary, to change that back to say 12 feet, will that change his bid? It should, because he's going to have trees he don't have to take out.
It would be a reduction change order.
I'm sorry?
It would be a reduction change order.
Yeah, we always accept both.
I like to avoid doing change orders after the fact because usually you don't win. You don't win.
Ed, how many projects do you have that don't have a change order on them?
I'm sorry.
How many projects are there that don't have a
He's talking
change
about
order on
the
them?
other way around, the credit change order.
Yeah.
Suddenly, that
I'm-
whole job was 100 course.
Just as
Well,
long.
you'll
just-
be able to take it under consideration on the 21st when the bids come in.
Well, what I'm trying to do is to be able to get back to the property owners to let them know what we're doing. Are we going to reconsider the clear cut, or are we going to kick it down the road? 'Cause I think 20 feet it was admirable at the time it was done. Like Rod said earlier, there's other options.
So
And
we have
12
out
feet's
of,
plenty of room to breathe.
out of the
How many homeowners have reached out on this particular, I think it's only 3?
1, 2, 3, to
Yeah,
my
I think-
knowledge, yes.
So then we can, I think we stick with the 20, and then if the homeowners come in on a 101, and we do it, because I'm worried about permanent structures. So if we say, are we gonna just say 12 to 14 on trees only?
No.
So I would.
It's 12 to 13, if it's in that area, it needs to be removed regardless of whether it's a tree or a permanent structure, it needs to be removed, period. You get outside 20 feet and all of a sudden we got a house right off the bat that's 4 or 5 feet into the LME. We're going to tell him to tear off the backside of his house?
No. He
No,
would
so
be
that's
re-
what I was
He would be
asking.
required to fill out an encroachment easement.
And then
Why,
we'll vote on it.
that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why would you take and have a clear-cut deal to turn around and grant that you don't want to allow? That makes no sense. Why would you do that?
We already got the clear-cut deal.
That's my point. Why we need to reconsider. We should have never been granting exceptions to the deal if we were going to do the 20-foot clear cut. We never knew we were going to do that.
That's what we said we
wish we'd never done
try
that.
not to do that anymore.
So I think the issue is that if you want to bring them in, that doesn't answer the people's questions right now. They want resolution. What are we going to do?
Where do we get the bids?
Do what?
Where do we get the bids?
Well, my problem is that we take the bids, but the bids already includes costs in it that we got to go back and now do change orders.
I understand that.
So the policy right now, as it sits, is it's a 20-foot clear cut. We've sent out letters to multiple ponds. We have 2 ponds that we need to send letters to that the contractor will be mobilizing before the end of this month.
I'll go on ahead. I'll make the motion to change the 20-foot clear cut to 12 feet effective immediately.
What I would suggest that any motion, we don't want to have the district in the position where somebody says we waived our rights to enforce our easement, because that's also South Florida Water Management District.
I'm not saying
requirement. No, so I would suggest that it be for these specific projects based upon the specific facts that exist today. Just so it's very narrow if you're going to
And
do that.
it would not inflict on.
It would not be a precedent.
The repair or maintenance of, in the near
Of
future.
any-
Correct, that's correct.
Ed, can you add from the point of where you're counting, starting that count,
What do you
the
mean?
trench line, where are you starting that 12-foot count? Just add that to it.
Well, where does the easement start? Starts at the control elevation. So it's 12 feet from the control elevation.
Yeah, for this particular project, or those 2 particular projects, I guess, I would suggest you narrow it down if you're going to do that.
I'll change it.
Well, we have 12 ponds
We'll
on
be
the
back
docket
doing
this-
it again on pond 94 because the same issue's over at 94, but at this point in time, I'll make at least the motion to change the 20-foot clear cut on pond 109 to 12 feet from the control elevation.
I'll call for a second.
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? Well, let's call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Aye.
Well,
No?
I'm a no.
Okay, so 3-2, motion fails.
All right, anything else for Lake 109? So we'll work with the change order when the bids come in, and we'll address that one property by the weir.
Thank you.
All right.
How about you, admin?
I know we have Tetra Tech, their master
Oh,
rates
yes.
contract discussion.
Ivan was gonna take a break.
Do you want
Another
to?
break? No.
No, I'm kidding, I'm not gonna take a break, gee.
You want to take it?
Go ahead,
General-
either you or.
General summary.
Okay.
We have a master contract with Tetra Tech that has standard rates by positions. When we have a job, we request a task authorization from Tetra Tech. They provide the number of hours and the positions with position rates. In reviewing some invoices, what we were billed was not matching the task authorization. It did match the master, but it did not match the task authorization. Laura put together a small example in here. We've been discussing with Tetra Tech, and we're trying to figure out a way to resolve this moving forward. If it's, because these contracts are not to exceeds, if you want to hold them to the task authorization rate.
They're estimated not to exceed.
Okay. If you want to hold them to those numbers, or if you want to move towards lump sum. And I believe Tetra Tech is online in case you want to ask them any questions.
I'll start. Carol, do you have any?
So the issue is that on some of the change order invoices, people that should have been, that were originally being billed at one rate level are being billed at a different rate level now, a higher rate level?
Yes, ma'am. So on the screen as an example, Eric Phi, the rate for the task authorization was $205. As a project manager, the rate charged was $225.
What was the rate for the contract?
The rate for the
project manager for the contract is $205. I verified that all of the rates that were being charged for the positions match the rates in the master contract. However, the positions that were being billed for on the invoices don't align with either the TA or the change order. So the rates that are being charged for the positions are correct, but the positions don't align with the TA or the change order. So for example,
Madam Chair, may I?
There's no senior architect one listed on the TA or the change order. So that's why there's no rate per TA, because that position doesn't exist on the change order or the TA. But the rate of $200 does match the rate that we agreed to pay for a senior architect one.
I believe Danny Nelson is on.
May I?
Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let us board discuss it, and then we'll give you the questions because we'll be able to answer them ourselves. Go ahead, Carol.
Okay, so this is a how many year contract?
It's a 3-year contract.
We're in the second year.
So I can understand if somebody gets a raise or something, that they're now at they want to be billed at a higher rate.
But why would we have to pay for a raise instead, if they had give us as a range, like between 130 and 150, and then within that time either they get a raise or they're not, then it's flexible, but why would we pay?
Well, because
And
if
that's not the way it would work
if it's a
anyway.
multi-year project, you want to keep the same people working on it that you already had working on it.
Yeah, but that's typically that's not the way it works. So if I get a raise, I get a raise. My bill rate stays the same unless my bill rate changes with the client.
Which you notify us, and then we agree to that.
That's the solution to this. We're going to go round and around and around and around. This is a cost reimbursement contract. The cost reimbursement contract, we get from the contractor, and if you look at, go any book and look, you will not find a cost reimbursement contract with a not to exceed. It doesn't exist. It's called a lump sum. What you do that for is for budgeting purposes, to assist the owner. Where a mistake, I think, was made, and I've talked to Danny about this, was that up north, all the engineers, when they put together their exhibits for their schedule, Carol hit the nail on the head. You put a range. And that range then contemplates if a employee gets, let's say, a cost of living in the second year, or the third year.
Okay.
Or you bring in a new employee, hire a new employee. These days you're at the mercy of the market. If you want to hire this guy, you're going to pay X, and he don't give a damn about what rate you've got in Exhibit A of any contract. You've got to hire somebody because you need somebody. That flexibility's got to come in, and on a cost reimbursement, in my opinion, unless and until you get to the estimated not to exceed, we're making a mountain out of a molehill. These are professional services. These aren't landscape vendors and painters and all that crap. These are professional services. We're going to get ourselves in a position we won't get anybody to work for us.
What is the total amount?
I'm sorry.
I don't know because I can't align the positions with the TA or the change order because there's people with titles that are not included in either of those, so I don't know what the impact actually is.
Well, one of the things that I've done in the past is you establish your rate card, and your bill rate aligns to the role or various roles. It's a engineer 1 versus an engineer 2, 3, project manager, senior project manager, whatever. And that rate card, the way I've seen it is our vendors will give us, most time it's not as frequent as quarterly. Most time it's biannually. You get any updates to the rate card, for whatever reason. And that way it can be aligned. But I do think, to Laura's point, from an accounting perspective, we do need to make sure that our rates do align with the titles that we're, that we're looking for. That's just from an accounting
That's what I'm
perspective.
trying to get. That's what I'm trying to get the answer. Is that if we have, keep in mind, a task authorization cost breakdown is an estimate. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's an estimate.
Yeah.
That's why you do it this way.
Well, and a good example too, like if this is our, is this our rate card or our?
That's the master rate.
This is our master. If I'm Tetra Tech, and Danny, you can hear me, I wouldn't put a code, and let's just say this is a code. Doesn't matter about position, it's a code. I wouldn't put a code on the bill sheet that wasn't on the master. So it could have just been some oversight. So this could have easily been avoided had someone said, okay, we're not going to use, what was the one that was on the, something that wasn't on the rate card?
David Galan, whatever, the senior lead engineer.
Yeah.
Senior architect.
Senior architect 1. Okay, if that's not on the rate card, we should be checking that. You could have thrown off anything, like, whatever it is, as long as it aligns, that's what matters. Because I've had many projects where you have one person that could be called 3 different things. It just depends on the scope of the project. So I think where we need to get to is, one, like Danny, let's just make sure whatever we put on the bill aligns to the master. And then maybe we should do maybe once a year, if something changes, whether it's, inflation or whatever, you just submit a change request from the rate card for us to review and approve. And then we can determine, hey, your engineer 2 is not something that we want on these types of projects. It should be an engineer 1. And Danny, what you would probably say is, well, I can have an engineer 2 do it at half the time that I can do an engineer 1. So you should see that burn rate at 0.5 hours versus 1 hour. Okay, we can agree on that piece. What we're trying to do is what Laura, I think, is trying to do is keep our accounting in place and make sure that we're not overpaying for something because either, I'm just throwing hypothetically, that you've got resource constraints and you've got someone working on it that, maybe someone else could have worked on it for a cheaper rate. I mean, that's where I'm coming from.
Where are we at?
Are you asking for them to resubmit their invoices?
I don't know how many. I wouldn't accept any bill that didn't have a title that was on the master. Yeah. I wouldn't accept it. And that's just me personally.
So they could just read
it's not, they match the master. Okay.
You're saying the rate
don't
change?
Match the task authorization.
Yeah. And the task authorization is not something that we prepare. It's something that they prepare and they tell us this is what we need. And we just agree with it. So we agree with that. And then now it's changing. So they said, those are the people that we need.
But is the rate, okay, so that only matters if the rate has changed. And so if you say you need position or position 1.
We don't know the rate because they're not included in that. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, so.
Say that again, Chloe.
We don't know the rate because the rate is not attached to the TA because they were not, so that's the problem.
But it should be attached to the master, right?
You mean for that one individual person?
Yes.
But the thing is, the titles aren't included on the invoice either. I had to ask for what those titles were. Because they don't include that, if you look.
Well, we don't care about, people.
Well, that doesn't help me with the billing. I mean, if I don't.
Oh, but then that would have just confused it because if you're just asking for the title, and to Doug's point, their title must be this, but they were working under something less. You know what I mean? I don't think
that doesn't matter to us. What duty they?
They would, because the TA has a different price for different people.
No, but what I'm saying is, whatever is identified as the need, I think what Laura's saying, or Chelsea, that's what needs to appear on the invoice.
I agree to that, yes.
Now, whether it's Steve is determined a project manager, an engineer 1, like from a consulting perspective, you can have multiple, you can have multiple titles depending on what project you're in. But the two things that have to match up is one, the title has to be on the master, and that rate has to align also with the master as well. Now you can say, hey, I put an engineer, just throwing these titles out, I put an engineer 2 on this. It's for 0.5 hours, which you call for an engineer 1 in the task authorization. You know, we were able to knock it out in half the time because we have a more senior person on. Okay, as long as the numbers line up, it doesn't matter to me if we spend an hour at, you know, $200 an hour, or if we spent, you know, half that for a different resource. If that makes sense.
Well, this is an estimate. It's a cost reimbursement contract. What needs to be done is you need to have the match. And if the match isn't there, you need a change order. It's that simple.
You guys want to let Danny chime in?
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
Danny, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm confused because I think everybody's saying different things. Let me just say that for the nearly 16 years that we've been doing work for Gateway, we've done things the same way, and this is just now after 16 years coming up. So I think what Doug's saying is basically in line with what we've done and what Ed's saying. So when we, which is typically I, develop a task authorization, I do the best I can to estimate which individuals might work on a project, the number of hours. As everybody knows, that's never a perfect science. Things change. Sometimes the authorizations don't get authorized for 2-3 months down the road. Conditions change, so the staff, who it may be different. I have always been under the impression, which seems to be consistent with what Doug is saying, that the task authorization is an extension of the master, and the master includes the rate schedule, or sorry, the master rates. We're not asking for an increase in rates. We're just simply asking that whatever individual we have matches the master, because otherwise I would have to put an hour for, I think we've got nearly 100 classifications. So if you want, I can put 100, individuals on every single task authorization, or I can simply do what we've done for the entire career, and that is reference the master, which the task authorization is a part of. As far as what we're talking about here, staff already knows this. We've conceded to the point of Eric. We're billing him, we're revising the invoice to match what it is on the task authorization. We're not asking for what he actually is as a senior project manager. We're conceding to the 205. But at the end of the day, if we do what staff is asking, that we can't follow the master, those rates, and we can only follow the rates that are in the task authorization, those invoices that staff has in question are going to cost the district, it's a not to exceed if it doesn't really matter, but those specific invoices are now going to cost the district about $5,600 more, which is kind of dumb. And to Doug's point, if I estimated that an engineer 2 might work on it, but I had an engineer 1 available that could do the exact same thing for the same time and save money, why not do that? But I'm just looking for direction on what to do. But I've been told by staff that not only do I have to have the exact individuals and the exact rate classifications, but the exact hours, and they have to match. So I'm not a clairvoyant. I can't estimate that Joe Smith is going to be an engineer 1 and he's going to bill 4 hours to it. Joe may need to bill 5. The not to exceed is a not to exceed. It's not going to go over that unless the scope changes, which quite often does when we're dealing with staff, or unforeseen conditions. But I'm just looking for direction on what to do. If it needs to be a change order, I'd be glad for the staff to prepare a change order that we can sign. But I don't know that it's necessary, because as far as I've known, the task authorizations have been extension of the master, which the master includes those rates.
Is this coming down to a dispute between staff and Tetra Tech?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a dispute. We're looking at the invoices, we're reviewing them compared to the TA. They don't match. To Tetra Tech's point, it's a not to exceed. The rates match the master. But if we're holding them to the TA, then it doesn't jive. That's the point.
Okay, but my question is, estimate everything changed to me as soon as I heard the word estimate. So if the TA is an estimate, then we have to treat it as an estimate.
It's not to exceed.
Not to exceed, but we're not there yet. So we have not exceeded yet. So I get that part. So I guess that's a problem that it may.
We have exceeded?
We have a change order for this particular project area because we've gone over.
But hold on. Is the change order for a change in scope, or is it change order due to this rate differential.
It's a change,
Big
it's a
difference.
change in scope. Yeah.
Oh, no, then.
If that's a change in scope, then that has nothing to do
I
with
want
this.
to make sure we understand too from staff, like what's the problem that we're trying to solve? Where's
Yeah,
your pain
that's what
point?
I'm
'Cause
trying to get. What are we trying to
we
solve
want-
here?
we understand where our vendor comes from, you know, that they're gonna do their thing and they act in their best interest, of course, along with ours. But staff, we don't sit in your shoes. We don't know where your pain points, especially from you know, from an audit or, you know, validation perspective. The numbers are difficult and there's a lot that you have to deal with. And sometimes if you've got to spend extra time looking something up or something's not in line, you may not have insight in that. It's more time for you. It's frustrating. So what is it that what's the problem that you're trying for us to help you solve?
My thing is I am doing my best to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible with the funds that we're spending on stuff in the district. And if we have a TA that was estimated at specific labor costs and we have a not to exceed number, which is what we budget for, and we're being billed at higher labor rates, we're gonna rip through that NTE number much faster. And I can tell you that in the 4 years that I've been here, there have only been maybe 3 times that we have not gotten a change order, we've gotten to the end of the funds, and it was not from a scope creep thing. It was because we ran out of money.
How is this done under the professional services here at Gateway? That's what I said. How's this done on other professional services? Legal. What's the task authorization? How does it show and how does it compare?
Tony does not do task authorizations.
The
Why are we doing task authorizations for then?
The only time I typically do them is if we have like bond issues where I have a gross
Big,
number,
big
not to exceed
projects. So
number.
my point is
I
that
do lump
professional
sum.
services are professional services. If you're going to do it for one, you're going to do it for it all. My whole point is you're losing sight of the issue here. This is a cost reimbursement contract. What you're going to do is you're going to drive our our vendors to lump sums, and then we have no opportunity for savings, none. If it's wrong on the billing, that is a totally fixable situation. You get the master, you change it, you either put an escalation into it for an annual basis, or you have a range, a rate, and that takes it through the 3-year contract. If it's a scope change, that's a whole different ballgame.
I'm not even worried about it, because
Yeah.
that's on us.
So my question is just on the hourly rate differential and on this contract, which is what?
It's not just this TA, it's every TA, but when I went through and I verified that the rates that were being charged for the positions on the TA, so those numbers across the top with the positions underneath them, do match the master agreement with the exception of one, where we were being overcharged for, where we were being charged at a higher rate than what was in the master contract.
Okay, when that invoice came in, what happened?
I have to find the specific invoice. I don't.
Okay, well, let's go back to the invoice, because you and I talked about this the other day. The only way I see that this is going to get resolved is go back to the invoice itself. And like we said, is if there is Billy Bob that works for Danny, and Billy Bob is a design engineer 1, and we put him in at 225, and by the contract, he was 205. And that's a $20 differential, $20 differential times the number of hours he billed. My question is, when you take just that issue, which is I understand the issue, what's the total issue we're talking about here? Are we talking about $2,000, $3,000? What's the number?
And we don't care if it's Billy Bob. The fact that it's a design engineer 1 is
Well,
what was called.
I've talked to Danny about this. I've not seen on a cost reimbursement contract, I always had the employee name.
Yeah.
And I had the employee classification, because I don't know who all the employees are, and my clients didn't know. And then I had the hourly rate. Now, a lot of mine, it was the hourly rate that the employees paid times a multiplier. That isn't the way we did this. These are per schedule. So that's no problem.
Yeah, I'm not
You can
saying
do
that
it.
you don't have the name in there. I'm just saying we're looking at
We're looking at
We're
classification.
looking at the classification as the primary.
Yeah, it needs to be a classification. Then we'd look at this differential. If it's a differential because of the fact that an employee wasn't there or a change or whatever, then that would constitute a change order.
Yeah, and I think from a staff perspective, again, part of the responsibility is to do due diligence, drive efficiency, and to make sure that they're holding our vendors accountable. It's what we want them to do. Years ago, we didn't do any of that, and it created some problems. So one of the things I would start tracking is what is our plus or minus variance, just as something internally. So how many task authorizations and upon completion, what is the variance of that completion rate? Are we at, within plus or minus 5%? If we're seeing we're going over quite a bit, then we need to have a conversation with our engineers saying, hey, you're either, you need to adjust your bidding, or, maybe you're using resources, that are a little bit more expensive. That becomes an
It becomes
efficiency
an
play.
approvable versus a
Right,
non-approvable.
that's
change
value
order.
engineering is where that comes
So
in.
ultimately, if the rates again, I've told Danny this countless times, if they want to change the rates, they do a change order. If they want to change the master contract rates, they bring it in front of you. I'm not opposed to that, but if from a management perspective, we have a signed contract that says these amount of hours, these amount of rates, when we get the invoices, we're going to look for these amount of hour, this amount of rates, and it's not.
No,
So that's,
you're wrong, you're dead wrong.
okay, so if you.
It is a cost reimbursement contract. That is not what you are so far out in left field on engineering contracts. You don't know what you're talking
Can you
about.
let me finish, please?
Well, don't finish talking about this,
Sugarcoat
because
it.
you're gonna get us in a lawsuit. You're wrong, you're dead wrong.
Okay, can I please finish?
Go ahead.
So ultimately, what I'm looking for direction from you all is, if you don't care how they get to not to exceed, I don't care how they get not to exceed.
It's a lot less work for me.
Yes, so it can be a not to exceed total contract number. I don't care if they use Eric, if they use Danny, if they use Billy Bob. If that's the process, I'm fine with that. That's the policy. It's not a lump sum. It's a not to exceed number for the total bottom line number. Now, if they go over it, they have to justify it with a change order, and they have to say why, and it's because X, Y, Z.
Then
P,
I'll
Q.
go to the next step.
Okay.
Understanding that, how on earth can you take and on Tony, on the legal? It's a blank check. There's no not to exceed. How can you be so worried about this and not worried about that? How do you do that financially?
He has a contract.
No, that's not what I said. Does he have task authorizations
He
and
does not
everything?
have- he
So
does not.
everything's a blank check. If he bills 50 hours, he bills 50 hours, we pay 50 hours. We don't check it against anything, correct?
We check it against his master contract rate.
That's not what I said. I
Work
said,
hours.
if he has hours and unlimited hours, when you're a contractor, you're doing your due diligence, you're looking at his hours, the engineer's hours. You're not looking at his. Why aren't you looking at
I
his?
can counter that. So basically, if you want to look at it that way, we can treat that as the open funding that we have for the general engineering for Tetra Tech, because Tony's general legal counsel, he does have a budget for that. If he is assigned a specific project or tasked with a specific project, he gives us a not to exceed number. He will give us an amount for that.
Okay.
Same as Tetra Tech does
So
with
we
their
have,
TAs.
so we
Yes.
get a task authorization
What's
on
not,
the legal with a
Yes.
man-hour breakdown, classification,
Yes.
employees and all that.
yes.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, so, so the purpose of this discussion is to give guidance and direction,
Yes,
correct?
If you're
Okay.
fine with me just going,
Then
task
Carol
one has a
Pancall-
total of $10,000 in labor, and when we get to that, then we're good. That's great.
I
That
And
worked for
Carol
me.
Pancall, in this instance, supports staff.
I look to see this differentiation, because the differentiation needs to be addressed. No doubt about that. That needs to be addressed, and that can be addressed with a change order. As long as it's not scope. Scope change, that's a whole different ballgame.
We
And I
agree.
think, we all
Yeah,
agree in step
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
So I just need to know, with the TA, do we say, those are the hours, those are the numbers, or do we just say the not to exceed number is 60,000, and however they go to get it?
Your deal is to make sure that if he's got a design engineer one, the design engineer one is being billed at the rate that's in our agreement. That's issue one. I would not challenge the hours and or the assignment of people within an office. That'd be like going to Tony and say, I don't want Zach, I want Lenore.
We don't.
We don't do that. We don't do
And
that.
we have no, Danny?
Prepared to
writes
TA,
those
yeah, we
TAs.
have no
I-
input.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless it's like CEI and I say, no, we want limited or we want full, they provide that. So I'm just looking for direction. Do you want us just
What I'd like
not
to see then is the invoices that are in question. See that breakdown that I had said earlier. If the labor rate is 225, it's supposed to be 205. I take that $20 an hour difference, multiply it times the number of hours, add all those up, and let's see what the volume is. What are we talking about here? Again, we're talking $2,000 to $3,000 on a $68,000 contract that is a $30,000 spent. We're wasting
So
time.
Ed, how do you deal with the ones that aren't listed on the TA then?
What do you mean?
So the position, pull up the TA?
I think if the minute you see that on it, this comes in with a deal, is that a change order is necessary.
So
I
if
think
But
that's the answer.
that needs to come from Tetra Tech though.
Yeah,
When Tetra Tech
Yeah.
sends us something that is not there, then you just shoot it right back to them and says, I need to see order for
It-
this
it
because they're
should-
not in the TA and then it comes to the board.
Agreed. Agreed.
Oh,
That was fast.
I'm swimming in shallow water here, but what I'm reading, if we had a public works storage building task authorization, a not to exceed number. Okay. If they've not exceeded it, I don't care whether they have Tinkle working on it, Gepard working on it, or Pankar. What do I care? As long as they don't exceed the number. But if, on the other hand, if the number for the task authorization is $20,000 and now we're at 40, I don't want to know that at the last minute either. But if they keep it within 20, I don't care who they use.
So let me question, how does Laura balance that? How does she keep track of the unknown is it a half, is it a 60? Is it a 75?
Whatever that
When is it
task
too late
authorization is
to
the
us to
unknown.
know? When is it too late for us to know that we're gonna be over budget? Us at
Oh, no,
60% or
that's
70%?
incumbent upon.
What she should do is.
That's incumbent upon Tetra Tech.
We're talking about
Not
two different
to
things
exceed
too.
the budget.
We're talking about two different things. One is budget monitoring. The other is invoicing aligned to the task authorization.
Correct.
Part of staff's issue is we're getting invoiced for items that are not in the task authorization. They might have stayed within budget, but the things they're calling out isn't what was called out in the task authorization.
But if they're under budget, I guess I really don't care.
Well, I mean, I think,
My question.
yeah. Well,
That's kinda where I'm at.
and that's accurate to a point, but what we want is, and I understand how task authorization and estimating goes. You want to get as close as you possibly can.
Sure.
But if Tetra Tech says, oh, by the way, we need to pull in a permit, whatever,
Another $10,000.
or we need to pull in another person because whatever, and they bill us for that. Well, that was not identified in the task authorization, so probably, we need to figure out how we manage through those. Do we care that they added someone else and they still stayed under budget, or there's an item
And this
that
was
wasn't
my-
in the task
In the
authorization?
past, what did we do? I mean, I've never heard of this before.
I think they should come to the board with a change order. In your particular case,
Documented,
they
they should go.
they come in as, look, this just happened, come
they
to the
do it all the
board, and
time.
then we come to the board, we're like, okay, we understand that.
We need a
we
because that's a
agree-
resource
we agree with
request.
your
Then we
needs,
go
That's a
and
change
Yeah.
request aligned to a resource. Now, and we're talking about within reason. If it's just varying degrees of engineering, okay, whatever, if it's a design engineer one
Well,
versus.
Keep in mind, the alternative is to come in with the task authorization. I'm gonna bring it as a lump sum. And I'm not even gonna screw with it
To
anymore.
Danny's point, and I don't want this to be
And that's gonna
more
kill
work
us.
for Laura and or Tetra Tech. If he has an engineer two that can get it done twice as fast as an engineer one, but it's not listed on here, now we gotta do a change order, that's gonna make more work for everybody. I need a policy from the board. If it's the NTE, like Bob's point, and $60,000, and you don't care how it gets there, and.
I
unless
do
he
not
goes
care
over.
how they get there.
And I
Whether they call
applaud
it a
Laura
one
for
or two
bringing
or
this
three.
to our attention because that's part of her DNA
Absolutely.
is to
There's nothing wrong with us. kicking
hold
this
people
around.
accountable, make sure the numbers add up. What we're saying is, yes, that's important, but we're more focused on making sure that we stay within the not to exceed. Some of the little stuff to get there,
Yeah, if
we're
gonna spend
okay
10
to have a
hours-
little bit of gray there.
If we're gonna spend 10 hours
So
checking an invoice
I-
against the contract, that's a waste of time.
And
for everybody.
honestly, I know you're shocked, I have a spreadsheet that I have all the task authorizations on when they come in, and I list the task authorization, what the project is, and they normally have multiple tasks throughout the task authorization, and there's a not to exceed for each one. And as the invoices come in, I track them on the spreadsheet, so like, I know when we get to like 90% of a task, or when we're at 70% of a task. So it does, it automatically turns colors for me, and Chelsea laughs at me. But, so I'm already tracking those not to exceed dollars. My personal preference would be to just keep doing it that way. Like, I'm just trying to be responsible because I'm seeing those get flagged close to max much more quickly.
Well, we
than
should
they
never
were in
have
the
to do that.
past. So,
if I was when I manage projects with vendors, we have certain check-ins and my vendors are responsible. When you get at 75% budget, you need to let me know. And you need to let me know, are we in good standing? Are we, whatever.
Is there a problem?
Right. If I've got to chase you because we're at 90% of budget and we're still 30%, to
And you didn't
completion,
know it.
and I've got to go to you, then that's a problem.
Right.
So maybe it might be some routines. And Danny, I hope, listen to this. This is what I think would be helpful. It's great that Laura manages this, but she's not overseeing and managing the project herself. She's not the project, manager on this. we need to make sure that Tetra Tech
Well,
is alerting us when we're getting those, hitting those thresholds.
One of the other things that we changed recently with their most recent TAs was instead of having those individual tasks being not to exceed, I mean, ebbs and flows of the project. So if they had a little bit more design work but less administration, that money should be able to flow. So for us, it's almost
Just the total.
The total not to exceed, because I don't want to sit here and nickel and dime. I mean, yeah, that's our job. We're supposed to be managing and matching, and I mean, just like we hold the next guy accountable. You know, we got an estimate from them and they bill us more. We asked why.
And that's reasonable.
I'm looking for policy direction from you.
Yeah. So I think we've given you the direction on, you know, we've got.
I don't think it was clear for me. So I think one option was, does the board only care not to exceed? And then if the hours don't match, no big deal,
As long as
because
it matches
the
the
dollar
master.
amount, yeah. Or, yeah, I mean, to me, it must match the contract, even if it's not in the TA, it must
Sure.
match the contract. And if it's something that is additional, that is not in the contract, then it needs to come to us as a change order, we the board approve it and then implement it and update the.
If it's a
TA.
net new resource, and we're not talking
Yeah.
about just a slight variation
No,
in
no, I'm
family,
talking about- no,
we're
I'm
talking
talking
net new
about-
resource,
Yes.
and whatever's in the billing has to be on the master.
Yes, and if there's suddenly there's a position that was not even in the original contract, it comes to the board, we do a change order, we add it. And then the final thing is, if it is outside of the scope, I don't even care, because most likely it was direction of us that we had a change.
And then I would
so
expect a change order. Yeah.
Exactly,
So
so
I said, from the audit that I did of the rates that we were billed in general against the master agreement, everything aligned with the exception of one. And I don't have my laptop up, but I can get that to Danny and I read, be like, this guy, you told me this is his position, and for that position, it's supposed to be like $190 an hour, we were getting billed at like 220 or something like that. So it was like,
So there's
the-
only
even
one.
in the master contract, that position is
So
supposed to be
that's-
$190.
So that is something that it should be.
That was the only thing that I found that didn't.
And
match
that's
the
where Danny would say, well, this would normally take 1.25
But that,
hours.
no, I don't think you're understanding. So
The
it would be
contract
like
and the
in
charge
the
are
master
different.
contract.
Yeah, okay, I see what
So
you're saying.
then they have to eat that.
So they overbilled for
Yeah.
the position.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand.
So, yeah.
And just to be clear,
Well, I would simply say our accounting screwed up on that, and we'll just change it to what the right rate is. That's not a big deal, but that's not what we've been talking about for the last, month or so with staff. So if our direction is that we're okay to use the master, that's great. If it's not, then I'm going to put a half an hour for every 99 employees or staff classifications that I have, or I'm going to submit lump sum to you in the future. So hearing that we can bill off the master like we've done for the last 16 years is music to my ears, because I really don't want to prepare a change order on a $10,000 job just to change from an engineer 2 to an engineer 1. That's not a very good use of anybody's time. And that would have to go to the board, I would assume. So it'd just be another thing that you guys have to see, which is, again, a waste of time.
And this is Eric Fye. I need to jump in just because, I'm hearing two different things on what the facts are. The position that Laura's speaking of that doesn't match, we are unaware of. The original correspondence we identified each position on the invoice as being on the master, and that was stated earlier in this agenda item that everything matched, but now we're hearing that something doesn't match. So if something doesn't match, we'll correct it, but we're unaware of what that is.
I found it yesterday when I was going through and comparing the rates that we were being charged to the master, because previously I had only been tasked with verifying that the rates on the invoice matched what was on the TA. And then I took it a step further and took the TA rates and matched them against the master. And I just did that yesterday. So that's why this is the first you've heard of it.
So
Okay.
it's the case
Well, please get that to us. That was yesterday. Please get that to us and we'll correct it.
rate on the master, it's different on the TA.
No, it's different on the invoice.
The actual
So it says
bill.
Oh, on
like
the
an
invoice.
engineer one, it's one
Okay, okay,
position,
okay.
like an
It's
engineer
only one in
is.
Tetra Tech, it's
Okay,
one
not-
fix it.
okay,
So
not a
I'll
it's-
find it and
It's not an issue.
I'll put something together and get that to you, but I just found it yesterday, so that's why you are just hearing about it now. I found it yesterday afternoon.
Doug, it was a mistake from accounting. That's an easy correction. Those things. We're not going to ask for the rate to be changed.
No, and you guys have been great about that. I mean, Irata is wonderful. She processes that stuff right away. I mean, my preference would be just to honor the not to exceed. It saves everybody a lot of time. So, but that's not.
But then we're not going to be matching the invoices to the TA.
For the hours or the dollars?
The dollars, you have to for
The dollars, yes, but the hours, no way.
That's how I'm looking at it.
For the how can I hold that? How can I
Because
hold
the
that?
hours aren't, the dollar's not gonna change the per hour dollars. What's gonna change is the hours itself. So the 290 will stay 290.
But if
Either
he-
it's gonna change for 1 hour or 2
But
hours.
if he bills for a senior engineer two, let's say, whatever, at 240,
It doesn't matter because the master contract, that as long as, then you look back at the master contract, and if that's the price for the master contract, then you should be fine.
So basically,
Right?
you're saying honor the not to exceed, and it doesn't matter how we get there.
Pretty much,
As
but
long as the rates
yeah.
that we're charging the
Remember-
invoice match the master.
yeah, remember, we're, at least I hope, that we're working in a partnership manner with our engineering company and in a collaborative manner. With that as the philosophy, we are partners in trying to have a team. I don't care what they call one thing or another. If they're not grossly exceeding the not to exceed number, so be it.
okay, that's the policy direction I
That's
needed.
Thank
what
you.
that's one person's opinion.
I agree.
I already stated my position.
What'd you say, Coach?
I already stated what I thought.
We're spending far too much time on this.
I know.
The hours, the hourly rate, if we have a contract, it certainly needs to match. However, if he's got, for example, in this TA here, 281 hours made up for some description,
And it's 294.
and it's 294, I don't care.
No,
I don't care.
you could offset that someplace else.
Yeah.
Where you got 40 hours, you only use 30.
That makes my life easier.
Okay, good. What do we need to do?
So
Alright,
what we need to do, what we
We
need to
need to
do
include the
is if
titles
we
on there.
have, and this is something that's gonna come up on that admin building. If we've got issues that we're telling the contractor, the vendor, whether it's Tony or anybody, professional service, and it's a change in scope, we negotiate it then. We don't sit there and wait 6, 12 to 18 months later.
What a price
That-
will
We
be.
need to be doing that as we go, because you're gonna just watch creep come in, and a $300,000 contract might be 500,000.
We agree on that.
Are we
Kinda like
requesting
bidding the
that they
building.
put the title
Do
on the
what?
invoice then?
So Danny, the only change that we'll need for your invoicing is we need the position labeled next to their name. Or you can replace, I want the name and the
Name.
position.
That way I can just match the rate to the
Agreed.
master.
Okay.
Name and position, yeah.
All
All
right?
right, we're good? All right.
I agree with that too. I'm surprised that it wasn't done that way, but we'll correct that.
Danny, do you
Good.
have anything else to add?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so admin agenda, you want to take it?
Yes. What do I have on here? Oh, all right, pull this up. So we have, like similarly to what we had done for the design of the FY25 ponds, because it was less than, it was like $178,000. We have the FY26 design loan. We're requesting that we use the,
I'm telling you.
He's all that fan.
we're requesting to use the funds that are in the reserve account to pay the $199,661 from the reserve fund account to fund, so we'll self-fund the design project for the FY26 ponds, the same way that we self-funded the FY25 design projects. That's what I'm asking for your approval.
What would be alternative funding?
SRF, which we'd have to pay interest, and we have to withhold an extra 15% of everything when we do the assessment. So this actually saves us money.
That's
And we
what I was
have,
gonna
we
say,
still
saving money.
have, we have funds that we had
So
collected
moved.
for last year that we didn't
Alright,
use because
so
we didn't get projects
We have a
done, so.
motion, do I have a second?
Yes, I
I
say
have a
that.
motion, a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good.
Right, I will let SRF know that they can cancel that loan application then. I haven't sent it in yet.
Thank you.
So I was waiting for this.
Thank you for the vote.
I haven't sent in the loan app for that one yet. All right, 11B. This one was Randy. The water meter box procurement, we put it out to bid and we ended up saving $200,000 over the quote that we had gotten from Ferguson when we just asked them to give us an estimate of the cost on this. So putting this out to bid was definitely in our favor. So competitive solicitors, yep, saved us
Rather than going
$200,000.
through-
Yes,
Yes.
We were, the statute required it due to the cost.
yes.
Competitive sealed bids.
So it's just because that contractor was hungry?
I guess so.
Yep.
So we're looking for your approval. SRF reimbursement.
Yes, this will be reimbursed via the SRF loan.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
I make the motion to approve that.
We have a motion and a second, or in favor?
I'm gonna make a motion to
I
approve.
know,
Everybody's gonna make a motion.
Have a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. We have 5 motions and no seconds.
Everybody wants to be the mother of the cost saving.
It's like a co-sponsored legislation.
All right, this next one is the easement for the monument at 82 and Gateway Boulevard, the Stony Brook one. They've got the easement documents to us, so I'm looking for your approval. Contingent upon Tony's approval and their district, or they've already signed off on it.
Yeah.
So moved.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. This next item, Leslie, is online. Basically, you all recall at the last meeting, we said we were going to set the public hearing for December 5th for the amendment to the Chapter 1 rules of the district, which is basically the utility. This is just a summary of what you're going to see on the December 5th meeting that we're proposing. We didn't want to blindside you, so if you have any questions.
No action, just for awareness.
Just for awareness.
Yeah, is there anything in here that we're going to hear about on the street that is falling through the cracks at this point in
Hold
time?
on, I got my crystal ball.
I should have brought my magic 8 ball.
I thought you were joking.
Yeah, you know which ones are going to be volatile and which ones aren't. Is there anything
Oh,
volatile?
God.
in
Leslie,
there?
you want to chime in what you think?
Leslie Victoria, Utility Billing Manager. I have already had quite a few customers upset about the obstruction around the meter box. Several people like their landscaping.
3 feet radius.
Obstructions.
3 feet radius, 3 foot radius.
Right. So I have had a couple of residents vocalize that they were not in favor of that.
So, and Leslie, with that, this is one of those change management PR opportunities. And I don't think we really do this enough when it comes to utilities. Maybe there's something we could think about as great news. Gateway is enhancing and updating all their meters, which will bring you this, this, and this.
And it's
Right. And with the relocation of the meter boxes.
As a result, there might be
Chelsea, they're in the
some
session.
changes and modifications. Be aware,
Right.
Yes.
Stop it.
If the board approves this, of course, we will issue some PR. We'll do a PR. We can have some nice pictures. Again, this is more for forward thinking with the new meter boxes. Yes, of course, if staff can't get things, it's obstructed and they can't get to it. Again, we give a warning first. We don't just hit them with a hammer with a feet. So we do give them the opportunity to move items, but this is more, we're getting ready to spend a lot of
If
money.
you don't,
It
doesn't
could, yeah. So, hey, we can't get there, just like with the lake maintenance easement. We can't get there to do our job. We need you to move your stuff out the way.
Right. Another area would probably be the late fees because we are currently allowing them 16 days after the due date before they're penalized with a late fee. With this change, that would go to 6 days after the due date. They would be penalized with the late fee. So we might get a little bit of pushback on customers who are accustomed to that. I know I've contacted and surveyed other utilities, and everyone pretty much issues their late penalties and notices 21 days from the date of billing has been issued. So this would be in line with what other utilities are doing.
Do we have an appeal process in there for situations, for instance?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have a husband or anything else, and you get taken to the hospital and you're in the hospital for a month and you're late. Is it possible in circumstances where they could present? Do we have an appeals process where they can come and make a case that they should not be charged the late fees?
Yeah, but I don't think that example is within anything, but yes, we do have.
We do have an administrative, they can go, they would contact Vicky, and then if it got, and then if it's escalated, it'd go to Leslie, and after that, it would come to me, and every time, it can come to you.
How many accounts do we have on auto drive?
Leslie, did you hear
Leslie, how many
auto draft accounts?
auto draft accounts do we have?
We have about 1,600 accounts that are on ACH by checking, and about another almost 1,000 that are ACH by credit card.
The percentage would
So
be
is it
not
30%?
So it'd be 30%.
Do we offer, what discount or any advantage do we offer to that? Anything?
We do not currently offer any discounts.
That's something we may want to look into. A lot of times, if you sign up for ACH or a direct withdrawal, there is some type of advantage, whether it's $10 off or something. So I think we should look in that, because we should be pushing. I mean, literally, let's say, like, there should be something on the board, like, to get that number up. That's more beneficial for us.
Our more controversial issue is the fact that when we have a leak or anything, that we pay for our charge for both water and sewer. And it's because of that deal that we have, and that idiot contract was signed with the county 20-some years ago.
Well, it is.
Water and sewer being billed together. That's a killer, because people filling swimming pools down here and using 20,000 gallons, they don't go into the sewer. They go into the
Right.
sewer.
Leslie, don't you have a program that?
We don't get credit.
Oh.
We still
Oh.
have to pay.
We don't get credit. And other utilities, like the county and other that combine irrigation, they cap their customers' sewer. So if they use 30,000 gallons of potable, they'll cap it at 10, because they're making the assumption that the other 20 was irrigation. So we don't have that advantage. Our customers pay 100% of the water and 100% of the sewer.
That's the one I hear more than anything.
When somebody ACHs the credit card, do they pay a premium for the privilege of using that?
Correct.
Checking
All
account.
credit card and debit cards are charged a convenience processing fee.
But not a checking account direct. Okay.
Correct.
Good. To your point, Doug, I think we'd encourage the checking account. Saves them money.
Checking it, yeah.
That's the
Checking
best way
account,
to go.
and I've seen
And
more
there won't be any
recently,
late fees.
more people encouraging, direct bank withdrawal as opposed to credit card. I mean, the fees must have gone up because.
For the bank, it doesn't cost you a thing. Use a credit card, you
Yeah.
gotta pay.
Yeah.
Our fees actually just went down a little bit.
A lot of people want the points, though.
Yeah.
So this is just on the street for the December meeting.
Yeah, I don't think we're-
Yes, and this is.
Oh, there's
Okay.
there's three things on
I just-
the December 5th meeting, actually.
So
There's a proposed, and it was advertised on Sunday in the newspaper, proposed amendment to the utility rules, which is comprehensive, which is one of the items. And then part and parcel also is a public hearing to consider adoption of a cross-connection policy.
Those are next on the
They're
agenda.
coming.
Okay, no, but I'm just talking about what's on the street, and kind of going ahead. And then the rates, fees, and charges are a separate item, to your point, with regards to credit card fees and everything else. And they're all set for December 5th. But I think one other thing, Carol, to your point, section 11 talks about delinquent accounts and procedure for contesting, and it could cover the situation you talk about, circumstances beyond their control. That could be a board decision on an ad hoc basis. One item, I think, this is just my 2 cents on this. Everybody may also disagree. I think implementation of the cross connection, I know Leslie's been working on that, staff has been for a while, but whether or not there's a more aggressive cross connection policy implementation, that's something that the public may be concerned about, that's all. And it's actually more black and white now.
Well, a lot of that's
Policy.
not our idea to be doing this.
That's correct.
This is coming down the line.
That's correct.
It's not our idea.
That'll be the next topic for today, but that's correct, that's the one.
So again, this is just more of an FYI before the December 5th meeting. If you have any additional comments, we could make any edits or changes prior to that public hearing.
And Russ is wrapping up his circular.
We're ready to that meeting.
And Russ is wrapping up his statement of estimated regulatory cost today.
Yes.
We had some adjustments.
Next item, again, same thing. Leslie's been working hard on updating the fee schedule. And again, this is just for your review prior to the December 5th, if you have any other comments or thoughts on it.
And Leslie, it's going out now, the billing, what billing is it going out, Leslie?
Next week on November the 15th. On this schedule, on the fee schedule, I would anticipate that the increase in the late fee from 1.5% to 5% or $10, whichever is greater, that might raise some eyebrows with the consumers, as well as increasing the disconnection for non-payment. I have that increase from $50 to $100.
The disconnection from non-payment was $50 because it was 25 and 25, right? Now it's gonna be 50 and 50. 'Cause
Correct.
We charge 20, as of now, we charge 25 to shut it off and 25 turn it back on, right?
Correct. I think when I did an analysis, the cost was a little over $75, but that was, I did not include turning off both meters, just the 1 meter.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it was total, that's it.
Right.
Any other comments on the fee schedule, proposed fee schedule?
Leslie, of course, worked very hard on this.
Yes, she has. She's ready to be done with it, like me. Next one is what Tony was alluding to earlier. So we have a couple of policies on here that you'll start to see, hopefully if you approve on December 5th, we'll be able to implement and have you all approve policies via resolution moving forward instead of going through this whole rigmarole. And so we've got 3 policies up here for discussion, the cross connection, the availabilities, or just two, Leslie? Just the availability?
Yes, just the availability and the cross connection. The cross connection will allow staff to discontinue water service if they're not in compliance with their annual inspections, which currently we are not doing. And also allowing or charging a late fee if those inspection reports are not turned in within 30 days of the due date.
It's more of compliance, requiring compliance. All right. And then the next one is availability fees.
Availability fees, we talked about that in the previous meetings. There are a handful of HOAs that probably will be taken back by this since they have not been charged availability fees for the common areas or parcels that are not currently being serviced. So this will be new for a few HOAs.
I think what's important is it's not a new fee. It's
Correct.
not a charge. It's a updated clarification and application and policy that was discussed, brought forward to the board. So it's applying the ability the district has to impose availability fees.
But if they never paid it before, now they're going to pay it. It's a new fee.
Well,
As a matter of law, it's not a new fee, but.
New to them.
New to
okay.
them, yeah, if they do connect it or not.
If it's new to me, then it's new.
Thank you for that clarification, Tony.
Yep, it's a small end, not a big
Again,
end.
if you have any comments, again, you'll see this hopefully December 5th. All right, Leslie, did you have anything else to add?
No, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
It's a load. 2 trees.
The next item was at the request of Carol. Since here, we've made some edits and I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, I'd like to refer this refrigerator magnets in the brochure to PPAC. The reason being, when last Friday, when we got the designs in with the packet.
The new logo.
Yes, I went to 5 friends that I have that I know that have kind of worked in the, public relations area and all that sort of stuff. 2 of them looked at it and said, yeah, it looks good to me, nothing. 3 of them did have some suggestions though. And they just sent to me today the reworkings of those, but also I got it was email or text from Peggy Hall, the chairman of PPAC, saying that she did not think that this had gone through PPAC. I believe it has, but it was way back in spring and probably everybody forgot about it because we weren't going to mail these things out until January. So
Seasonal,
there was
right.
no use to talk about it, in between. So to clear everything up, and they've got a meeting next Thursday, I'd like to refer this back to PPAC and then it can just come on the 21st then.
When are you proposing or targeting a potential rebrand?
As soon as, I think we had till the end of this month for the survey to be out,
Yeah.
so give them a month.
So do you want to,
Okay.
so there's a potential, we could rebrand, which could be a great opportunity. I mean, it wouldn't take too much just to swap logos out, some color.
Majority
Yeah,
is.
that survey's on the street.
Yeah.
Well, so far, the clear winner by like a long shot is the trees, the archway as the leading logo.
What did I do?
And then the four color. The four color panel is also the winner.
Anyway, so, yeah, we could easily swap the logo. We could easily swap the logo out prior to it going.
Yes, absolutely.
Randy
Let
asked
that
the same
broccoli
question.
alone.
I know, that's what I said, let the broccoli alone.
I'm sure
So let
to
that
print
broccoli
and mail
alone.
and all that sort of
gonna be his
stuff, they only
legacy.
need about 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah.
Go off
So,
the tree.
well, I've already put this back on the P-PAC for next week.
Good.
So if you guys, it'll come back to you eventually if you want it to, or they can just approve it and we can roll with it.
Right.
It's only 27, 28.
The only,
25
and
years.
just
Not
to
a
be-
lot of money.
Just to be clear, the only reason why we brought it back here was because you had made the request.
I did.
So,
Then it
I
come
did.
back to this meeting, yeah. All right, H.
this item is dated. You all had tabled it to this date specific. I don't think I think it's a moot point. They already have a representative on there, unofficially, officially, whatever you want to call
Officially.
it. So I suggest you kill this item.
I make that motion. Kill it.
Second.
Do you need a motion? Okay, a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
I wonder what that's gonna be said, kill the item.
All right. This next item, we've had over a year of ongoing discussions with the community association with the, as a direct result to the cancellation of the O&M agreement. We've gone back and forth countless times. They're proposing a $10,000 settlement, basically where we agree to disagree that we're not going to come to numbers. There's more information needed. There's been, they're saying that they've provided all the information that they have. So I brought it, their HOA approved it, and I'm bringing it in front of you for.
So 100K was what we originally,
120 some thousand.
123,000.
123,000.
But that's not the amount that's still subject to.
We got it down to 82,000.
Okay, that's right, because I thought it was around 80. So they want to settle for 10?
Yeah.
That's-
Okay, as a resident, not as a board member.
What?
All we're gonna
No.
do is take it from the right-hand pocket of the residents, put it in the left-hand pocket. It's gonna go from their checking account as a community association to the PPAC. And then PPAC will just take that amount of money and deduct it from the budget or put it in reserves.
Do they understand that?
They do. And they also understand it'll never happen again because we've now changed and all invoices come here. So this is from ancient history. Let's just get
So
it.
it's
all
only
wasting
impacting
too much
Pelican.
time.
Yes.
What's the 20,000 that says there? It says right there in the.
That's the number that PPC.
Because if it was a hundred.
They think they've reconciled all but 20.
And so they said split the baby because there's issues on both sides, and that they're proposing 10,000. You can also counter with your own number, or you can accept the 10.
20,
and-
40, 60, 80, it's time to kill this
And
thing.
they will provide Tony's recommendation, and I support his recommendation, is that their attorney drafts the settlement document. That way we don't incur additional
Well,
costs. and
so I
time.
can then take opportunities
Yes,
to make
to-
appropriate changes.
I'm okay with that.
To kill it.
So it doesn't cost us any more of anybody's time, and we'll settle on the 10 and be done with it.
And if we decide to go to court and all that sort of stuff, it's going to be a whole lot more than 80.
We got plenty of time for that.
I mean, there's a time just to say, let's end it.
Does anybody have a problem?
If
So-
we were still dealing with Castle and KW, I would be 100%
So
positive.
to Laura's point, I strongly suggest that you put a time frame on the settlement document returning to the district and being approved by both parties.
And being paid.
Okay, January 1st?
You don't have a
2025.
board member, you don't have a board meeting. You only have-
60 days?
No, by then. I mean, okay, 60 days.
I think that's.
They're going to get rid of it as fast as we are.
I think
Nobody
that's
wants it.
reasonable, but considering the holidays coming up. I think
So I'm
it's
I'm
reasonable.
Well, and their board has already voted to approve it.
Right.
Yes.
They'll have to approve the settlement, but
So
yes,
I make a
Well,
motion
yes,
to
you have to approve
approve, can you,
that's at the top, the settlement offer.
Item
of-
11,
the
aye.
Just
settlement,
11I.
the settlement agreement in the amount of,
Tony has,
I would suggest that the board approve settling this matter in exchange for the amount of $10,000 contingent upon the board approving a written settlement agreement.
Sounds
The
good.
date
Prepared
and
by
time.
them.
I couldn't have said it better.
Within
Joe.
60 days.
Within 60 days of today.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion, a second, let's call for a vote, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hallelujah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Doug, I just don't want to make sure, is this being the settlement agreement without all the protections? So,
Yeah.
that's all.
Welcome.
Laura
Yes.
appreciates it.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
had like countless hours.
All right, the only item I have for you all under district manager items is, you all approved the procurement of the meter boxes. We have received the AMI meter bids, which staff are reviewing. It'll be coming to you all December 5th, or I think December 5th. We just put out the labor component of replacing the meter boxes. So we're moving.
And what about the bids for the administrative building?
Well, coming to you on November 21st, as well as 3 pond bids that'll be coming, that are coming or have come in this week.
How many bids did we get?
We
Becky?
received 5. We would have received 6, but that developer went to the wrong location and it was after the deadline. But we did receive 5 bids from pretty much the ones who submitted last time, and 1 new one.
You mean for the meter?
No,
No,
admin.
administrative.
She's talking about admin.
Oh, admin building.
Yeah, that was
Somebody went to
yesterday,
Florida?
right?
Yes, 5. Pardon?
Somebody went to flop?
Somebody came here. And it says on the cover page, you have to go to Fairway Lakes. And they went to Fairway Lakes last time that they submitted, but they ended up coming here, and we did not accept the bid. So we had 5 bids for the admin
Okay.
buildings.
Okay. And you're not going to give us a hint before then, huh?
The lowest,
Public information.
yeah, the lowest bid was, for the admin itself was around 5.7, and for the park components was about 2.3. 2, hold on, 2 point, was it?
2.7.
2542, something like that.
Oh, I got it, hold on, I'll tell
Have you
you.
seen it?
Yeah,
He was
see if
here.
we did it.
He came in person.
I didn't even know.
The low bid was,
Because he doesn't get paid for that.
They must have been free lunch.
We're lucky he's here today.
That was a good one.
the low bid, which has to be reviewed by Tetra Tech, was O and Ames Kimball, and their base bid cost was $5,700,037, and their additive alternative number 1, the park improvements, was $2,529,369 for a total sum of $8,229,406.
Is somebody talking to them, because they did leave a little over $1 million on the table? Is anybody talking
I
to
would,
them?
I would suggest not
No,
discussing.
we're not.
the
Yeah,
bids at this
we're
time.
I'm sorry.
I would
Tone of
suggest,
silence.
yeah, no, I would suggest not.
That's why I can't talk to them, so who does talk to them?
But we don't care.
what?
We don't care.
Well, I care because
Yeah.
I don't want somebody pulling the rug out from underneath us.
I would,
That's the
I would,
comment
I would
that's right here,
suggest
right?
that.
I've had this happen to me before.
I would suggest that when the staff selection committee sits
Presents.
and reviews and makes the
The
recommendations.
engineer, but yeah.
The engineer reviews
Yeah,
it.
let's wait.
Tetra
The
Tech's review.
engineer's going to make contact with them and everything.
The engineer is doing the full review and
Yeah,
recommendation.
so let's keep it that way.
Okay,
Okay.
and just refresh my memory, how much was in the bonds for the administrative building?
3.62,
3.6, and how much for Parks and Rec?
550,000.
Okay,
And Pelican, the general fund and utilities budgeted additional funds for the admin building to get us to
That's what I was
5.5.
That's what I was thinking, it was 5.5.
So we'll have,
So
I'm
we're
working on the,
200,000 short.
I'm working on the numbers because the split is 59, 14, 27. So I'm working with Stephen and Laura on putting together the shortfall and which fund, which is mainly at this point the utilities fund.
Say that one more time. Pelican did what?
Pelican only contributed 14% of the total estimated cost for the admin building.
Okay, because that's what.
you
they're
mean
supposed to-
of the,
Mhm.
they only contributed 14% of 3.6.
And you budgeted another 14% to get you to the 5.5. So in Pelican
Okay,
fund,
but that's because that's what the bids came in first.
no,
No, because,
We
no,
had-
because the engineer's estimate was 5.5 million.
Back
And
in
the
December of a
shortfall,
year ago.
the delta, you guys put in 14% of the delta from the original EOPC to the new EOPC.
And that was,
But
It's already in.
PPAC hasn't officially put the money in.
Yes, they did.
They did.
It's in
Oh, they did.
Yes.
That's why it's really 5.5 because we already had this.
So that's
conversation.
part of the bond money then?
No.
You're funding
No.
it with reserves.
You're funding
They
it
funded
forward.
with reserves, okay.
And then same thing with the general fund, same thing with the enterprise fund. So I'm working on calculating where the shortfalls are and where we can come up with the additional funds.
We have interest that we've earned on the bonds that we can.
And we talked about with Steven, and we talked about the, what we think is gonna be the leftover for this year, what we had for last year, and then those.
Has he come up with anything yet?
No, he's working on it.
We had meetings.
So in the 2025 budget, money's allocated for this building.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but we haven't spent a nickel yet.
We've spent money on design.
Design.
and
Yeah,
permitting.
not the building.
$100,000.
That's it, that's it.
That's a whole different ball of wax. But we haven't authorized the payment of money yet, even though we made a plan for it in the budget.
You have not authorized a contractor to perform the construction, correct?
Because the $3 million admin building is a whole different thing than a $5.5 million.
No, it was 5.5 that we were,
No, it was 3.
originally, yes.
No, that's right. Well, that's the only,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the only number I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 years ago.
But
I will
engineer-
support that,
Yeah,
but
engineer
I'm not
cost,
going to support a $5 million bill or $7 million or $8 million. It's just one person.
that's why it's gonna be 9 now.
Whatever.
Madam Chair, just a question if I may.
Yes.
Laura, you mentioned about using interest from the bonds that are sitting with the trustee.
Yes.
You talked to Stephen about making sure we don't have an arbitrage issue on that?
Yes, that's what he's verifying that.
Okay.
We're verifying the amounts and the availability of those.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I said we could use that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Chelsea?
I don't
Gotcha.
have anything else.
Anything else? Okay, then future, district attorney.
Yes.
Well, wait, one last question on this, just, I need to be educated. The 5.5 comes before us, so let's say we pass
5.7.
5.7, 5 point whatever. At this time, no matter whatever happens with regard to Rule 6 going forward, Pelican's on the hook for 14%.
Until you change the assessment methodology,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
If it,
Wait a minute. Why does changing the assessment methodology
That's how you got.
change something that happened in the past?
No. You're paying 14% right now.
That's right.
If the assessment methodology changes, then your percentage would change. It could go down, it could go up.
But the assessment methodology is maintenance, I believe. It's
Correct.
operational.
That's not the bond, that's not construction. The construction cost
Past
is
past
fixed.
is
Yeah.
past.
yeah, it's
That's
14%,
fixed.
yes.
Pelican is responsible for 14% of
That's
the
all I wanted to
construction.
make sure that I heard. Thank you.
And one important
So
aspect, I think,
if there's a contract that passes this board
Mhm.
for the 5.7
Mhm.
or whatever it is, Pelican will only pay 14%
No matter
of
what.
that
For the construction, right.
for the construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, keep in mind, don't get too attached to that 5.7 because that doesn't have any contingency in
It
it.
doesn't have
By the time you get
FF&E.
done,
Oh, it's gonna go down more, good.
It's gonna get 6, 6.2, 6.3.
I hope not.
Okay.
Madam Chair, one other aspect also, I think, Chelsea, we talked about this before. I think Pedro has agreed that they're within the project description, as far as the numbers can vary
Within that category.
within that category.
Okay. So what do you have?
I have a couple page memorandum with regards to the issue of contraction in the district. I don't know if y'all had an opportunity to read it, if you have any
I
questions.
had asked for that last time, so Tony
Yeah,
provided.
yeah, and it outlines, this is sort of an initial view of it. It can get more complicated. It doesn't indicate the timeframes. I've been involved in, also, I'll call it simple contractions and expansions. Everybody's on board, no objections. Everybody consents, and it's taken over a year, just with the governor and cabinet, when you have to go through that whole process. And in this one, I think, my opinion is, and it's outlined in here, it will require 100% of all the landowners within Pelican Reserve to consent. There's, the statute has language that's interesting, but it's on page 2, it says, as to the required consent, and I referenced the statutory section, because the statute, when you're dealing with a magnitude contraction of this size or change, it says you have to also get the consents as outlined in 190.0461G, and that's towards the bottom of page 2. And on 190.046, parens 1, parens small g Florida statute says 2 parts. 1, in all cases of a petition to amend the boundaries of a district, the filing of the petition by the district board of supervisors constitutes consent of the landowners within the district. And next paragraph sentence, in all cases, again, written consent of those landowners whose land is to be added or to or deleted from the district as provided in 190.005, parens 1, parens small a, 2, Florida statutes is required. And the first one is as to all other landowners. In other words, that's what that means, basically. that when the district is the petitioner, that constitutes the consent of all other landowners other than those whose lands are to be deleted from the boundaries of the district. And I've gone through and pulled a number, and that's been my experience on the ones I've been involved in. And that's, did some research also, some additional contraction applications that were filed with FLAWAC and all of them were the same. They all had the consent of all the property owners who either were going to be added to or deleted from. If someone has a different opinion,
that is immensely problematic.
Well, I'm just outlining.
Well, I know that what bothers me the way you said it is that what this means, in my opinion, is that have we got precedents that this has been done before, that we are going to have to get a written consent from 100% of 3,000 people? I can tell you right now, hell freeze before that happens.
Well, let me just put it this way. The ones I researched for Division of Administrative Hearings or FLAWAC with regards to contractions did not have a magnitude or number of landowners involved. One had like 5 or 6 or 7, and they all gave consent.
Well, why wouldn't we be able to go to them and get a definition that 50%, 60%, something like that? Because right now, I just see somebody taking off, going down a road that they're going to run into a Mack truck with this issue, spending a bunch of legal fees and everything, trying to go, because to me, everything else is not that difficult to get done. That is tough,
but
especially if it's a written consent.
If the area to be withdrawn is less than 1,000 acres, does this apply?
Okay, again, I was going upon the acreage that's involved.
I know.
Well, the other problem is, when you also look at it, we look at the cumulative net reductions that have happened. For example, let me find that statute. Let me find that language where it kicks to the other one. I didn't look at it from that perspective.
And where I'm thinking about here is if the golf course decides to stay right where they are for whatever reason, then that drops off a lot of acres. Now we're under that 1,000 acre threshold.
Well, it's not just 1,000 acres. Let me find that section in the contraction requirement. Let's see.
Yeah, you're about 1,380 acres.
Total. But you pull golf out, and it's going to drop down to.
Well, that 1,380 also includes C5 and that whole area there. So there's additional acreage, and that could go to the city of Fort Myers real easy.
Correct.
Okay, it talks about in F, 190.0646F. And it talks about petitions to amend the boundaries of the district that exceed the amount of land specified in paragraph subsection E shall be processed. And according to this, is a more complicated process. If you look at E, it says during the existence of a district established by administrative rule, which this district was, the process to amend the boundaries of the district pursuant to paragraphs A through D shall not permit a cumulative net total greater than 50% of the land in the initial district, in no event greater than 1,000 acres on a cumulative net basis.
Okay, so
And then on a cumulative, and I guess the question is, when you're looking at how this district started, it was well over 5,000 acres. There have been a couple of contractions, and I believe this would make it more than, arguably, greater than 1,000 on a cumulative net basis.
What influences the county in the position of Pelican within the county?
The county has.
The city, I'm sorry, the city.
The city has the ability to comment on the petition, to support the petition, to take no position on the petition or consent to the petition.
Well, my point is there's, within the city, you got Pelican, how much of Pelican falls within the city? All
of it.
No. Except for utilities.
No, all the Pelican Reserve is in the city boundaries, yes.
All Pelican is in the city. We have utility service from Gateway.
Utilities,
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
It's about approximately 1,382 acres.
But that includes golf course and commercial.
Whatever is within the Pelican.
Okay, but I mean, so if they're not part of that, then it's a different hurdle.
But it might not be, again, Bob, it says in no event greater than 1,000 acres on a cumulative net basis. So the question is, when you start adding
Well, then
up
you
all
got
the
to tell us what
contractions.
left before.
I'm sorry?
We got to understand what was deleted prior to
Well,
that.
yeah, and by way of example, I have, I thought I brought it with me.
I don't want you to answer off the top of your head, but look at it.
No, I have one right here where they, it's one where they, this is one only 12 acres, that was tree line. There was another one where they deleted the whole section between Area 9 and where Pelican Reserve is. That area was contracted from and removed from the district.
Yeah, that's a very narrow boundary. It's long,
No,
but it's quite narrow.
all that acreage was removed. Where Colonial is?
So did they get 100% of everybody to sign that then?
Yes.
How many was?
We call it the
Two.
time, no, the key issue is, in fact, this was, the district was the petitioner in this case, because this wasn't.
Well, the district should be a petitioner in this case too.
Okay. But Worthington was a landowner. And Worthington consented to it, so they got the consent.
That was one person.
Yeah. even
That's
better.
correct.
And the thing.
Okay, so maybe for our next meeting, you could let us know what the total number of contractions have been.
Up to date.
Up to this moment.
Yes, and I'll contact the executive director of FLAWAC and ask some of the questions you've asked about. Are there any petitions that have been filed where they have multiple parcels being removed where they did not require, number one, consent of all? And secondly, their interpretation application of the cumulative net basis. And there's also an attorney I work with.
And there was one point in
past-
time that Pelican wasn't part of the district, correct?
I'm sorry?
There was a point in time when Pelican.
No, it's always been part of the district.
That's what he said in the beginning, yeah.
It has always been part of
The
the
workshop,
district.
that's what he was saying in the workshop.
It has always been, if you look at this one, for example, the original district boundaries included all this. And this was added, but this was all in there.
Tony, that Jennifer sent this letter,
Yes.
why hasn't she, and maybe she has she advised whoever her client is that there are some issues here that could be real stumbling blocks?
I have no idea any conversations she's had.
You haven't talked to her?
No, I've not. I decided to wait until today's discussion. I can follow up with a phone call with her and discuss this whole issue about, again, the cumulative net basis, the consents, her experience, what she's had, and then come back to the board the next week.
She's asking for this to be brought before the board on the 21st, but I'm trying to figure out, are we going to be here sitting on the 21st at the same place we are right now? And that is that we got to have answers, certainly clarity on this written approval and consent. We got to have an answer to that.
Let me just, I can put it this way. In the cases I've researched, there was one case that went up for an addition of land to the district. And it was thousands of acres and there was one small piece. The property owner didn't ask for inclusion. And they went through this whole analysis of how it was de minimis and minor and small. So there was no difficulty in amending the district boundaries in that case. But again, it was huge amount of acreage, one tiny piece. And that was, they said, normally we require all the consent. That was a real outlier. There's nothing of this magnitude.
I can see it when it's in its infancy and it's maybe not developed to any extent whatsoever. But we're basically talking about a built out a district.
That's the legislature and how they've really not paid much attention. There are a number of issues in 190 that need to be corrected.
Well, my question is there a way that we can get out of the people up in Tallahassee a decision that would be able to answer and quantify the people, the number of approvals we have to get?
I don't think you get an answer. You may get you may just get a staff person because the FLAWAC is governor of cabinet. You're not going to get to all the cabinet aides, and they in time to get something. The only person who can talk to is the executive director and inquire, have you ever received and processed and had FLAWAC approve two things? One, a petition of this magnitude of over 1,000 acres, where it's had prior contractions and or prior deletions, where 100% of the consent of the landowners being excluded was not required. That's like number one. And number two is the issue of, what was the second piece? The net cumulative acreage issue. But I can try to have that conversation in 2 weeks and see how far I can get.
Well, is the board looking for the district, us, council and district management to figure this out for the contraction of
That's what I'm
Pelican?
saying.
Absolutely.
I I think that what, the way I'm reading this letter is, I would throw it the other way, is if we have some answers, for right now, I don't know if I'm ready to go that far, but it seems to me that the first thing is that I would go back to them on the 21st and say, proceed. You have our blessing to proceed.
Well, here, two things.
And let them.
Two things.
If that's what they want.
Okay, a landowner can file a petition. My memorandum outlines who the landowners are. Okay, includes PPCA. But the way the statute reads, the consent of all other landowners in the district is only provided.
Reimburse you guys for
The statute's clear as to, it says the consent, the filing of a petition by the district constitutes the consent of the landowners in the district, which means all those who live in the gateway portion that will not be excluded. Okay, so that if another landowner, which could be PPCA or anybody else, files a petition, that portion of the statute does not apply.
Okay,
Number
that's
one.
where I was going to.
And so, but if I could, and secondly, if FLOAC is going to want to know the district's position, the district can say we don't object. One other aspect is, and this is typically how it's done, and I've been involved in, is that the district is the petitioner, but the parties that want the contraction or addition pay all cost and fees expenses associated with that. And they may even hire the attorneys. They have district counsel, district engineer reviewing everything.
They do the paperwork to do it.
Not, well, everything, because there are a number of significant statements that need to be made and assertions and representations made in the petition, as well as what's presented to the governor.
Okay, well, but my question is that the residue of what's left, should it be done? The ones that aren't being contracted, they have no position of consent or otherwise.
They can object. They can show up at all the hearings and object.
They can, that's what they can do. They can object.
If the district is not, if the district is a petitioner, they can show up and object, but their consent is not required.
Okay, that's what I was
Of landowners
Okay.
in the,
So
but if the
But if
district
the
is,
district is not the petitioner,
then
it's
they, I think
PPCA.
that they can say, hey, yeah, we, not only do we object, we don't give our consent.
Well, then it gets back then, if this is the case, is that this was filed by, I don't know just exactly how the alliance fits into the deal over there, but do they have the approval and consent of the Master Homeowners Association?
I have no idea.
We don't know.
That's amongst them.
Can we recognize Carol Berkey to
Can you
speak to
just,
it?
yeah, if you just come.
She is the president of the Residents Alliance
Oh, okay.
in Pelican Preserve, Carol Brocky.
For a better life, your new name, whatever.
I saw that on there.
Quality.
Quality.
Yeah, I saw that on there.
Carol
That's what
Brocky,
had me faked out.
president of the Residents Alliance in Pelican Preserve. For your information, the Residents Alliance and the Pelican Preserve Community Association has hired Jennifer Kalinsky as our attorney into looking at the contraction. We're looking at doing our due diligence as to find out the pros and the cons. What we've been told is the fact that the CDD would be part of a petition, as Tony has said to you, that the CDD board vote would represent all the Gateway residents. Okay. We would only need the Pelican landowners permission, the signatures, if we were over 1,000 acres. And we've talked to our attorney as that there's options as to be able to do under 1,000 acres. I would like one question from Tony. What is the cumulative net?
Contraction.
No, basis. Are you talking about the acres?
Acres, yeah, well, that's the acreage is in the statute. Yeah, the original district when established, well, let's bear with me a second.
Original Gateway District or?
Original Gateway District, which included what is now Pelican Reserve. Original Gateway District. I believe it was 5588.
Yeah, I think you're right.
5,300 acres, I believe.
5,300. What is it today?
44 something.
4388, 4488.
Over here, 53.
So, but I didn't see that the 1,000 acres, or the 1,000 acres had to do with anything of what Gateway was before or in the beginning or whatever.
It
It is
does
if you're
now.
going to.
Cumulative.
If it's.
Well, no, again, statute, and this is for, again, for clarification, you need a reading from the statute, it's 190.046.
Just as the amount of the contraction.
It says, this is E again. During the existence of a district initially established by administrative rule, process to amend the boundaries of the district pursuant to the more complicated process, shall not permit a cumulative net total greater than 50%, and in the district, and in no event greater than 1,000 acres on a cumulative net basis. The cumulative, in my mind, is more than one. We're talking about cumulative, as opposed to on an individual basis.
If it was originally 55 something, and now it's 4488, we've already violated that. Because that's 1,000.
It was done multiple times.
But no, you're not violated that. You kicked to a different process.
Well, in excess of 1,000 acres.
Yes. Additions to amend the boundaries of the district that exceed the amount of land specified, E shall be processed in accordance with the more complicated.
So what you're saying is.
There's a process, just different.
What you're saying is
He
that the
knows.
attorney
He
that
should know.
has advised you that as long as you are over that 1,000.
Over the 1,000, you
You're gonna
would,
jump through those hoops.
correct.
So your other option would be to look at alternatives that would take it under 1,000.
Correct.
So
Okay.
what it sounds like is they're taking the lead on this and that.
Yeah, well, they've asked us to put it on the agenda for the meeting, and I just seems to me that.
And I wasn't under the impression that's what they were asking for. I was under the impression it was the assessment methodology.
Yeah,
Fish
I
kind.
think Mr. Fishkind.
I think
Assessment methodology.
So you just come back with more
Yeah, the
information
board,
first?
actually, what I'll do, I'll talk with Jennifer, I'll call the executive, I'll whack, and talk to some more folks, and look for, again, other examples. I'm also up with I can send you what I have as far as petitions in the past that have amended boundaries of the district.
But Tony, my point was whether this is a consent of under 1,000, over 1,000, or whatever, do they have to have 100% consensus of it, whatever it is?
It appears to as of now, and then Tony's gonna Tony's,
Yeah,
I have to go in a minute too.
I
So
believe that.
Tony's gonna research more, is that what you
Okay.
said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Kara.
Anything on Mr. Fishkind as far as,
We'll get to that next.
That's one of our next ones.
okay.
No, and then, I think what's important is the next sentence. It's 190.0461G. In all cases, it doesn't say, in those instances where you are having to follow a more complicated process, in all cases, a petition to amend the boundaries of the district, a petition by the district board of supervisors constitutes consent of the landowners. All cases, written consent of those landowners to be added to the deleted is required. And so if we're not following doesn't look at E1, doesn't say that you are about it's less than 1,000 acres, or 1,000, doesn't say that. That's something it's not the easiest statute to hold, and I'm sure. But, are all landowners?
I'm just gonna ask if you're gonna speak, then if you address the board to speak, and then I'll allow you, but I'll ask you to stand.
Just tell us who you are, Marty.
I know Marty.
Marty Mansonfeld from Pelican Preserve, Monticello. So are all landowners each homeowner, or are they each condo association and HOA? Because that would reduce the amount of approvals, right?
means everybody.
Everybody.
In other words, the person that pays the taxes.
Well, for example, the condominium association, or PCA, they have title, a third fee owner. They are a landowner. The
Okay.
golf course owner is a landowner.
So they're working,
The city of Fort Myers is not, the district is not. It's defined.
so their attorney's working on it. You'll touch base with them.
And that's kind of how I figure, let their attorney come to us, like let them do the work and then Tony will just do it for us.
You know what, such a good, well, at least talk with her and sort of see what her thought process is at least. But again, every petition I've seen.
I just don't see somebody spending a lot of money chasing a goose.
So,
Yeah.
And then
Claudia-
you're going to give us the
Yes.
cumulative acreage numbers at the next meeting.
Again, in my opinion, it's just a process versus the consent request.
Alright.
Okay.
Agenda-
just, I didn't know if you wanted to touch on that other item that was part of that letter, since that already has it up.
My thing is if they want to retain fish kind for their own deal, that's fine, but not as peer review. Not as peer review.
Well, we don't have I'm ambivalent about this right now, but since we don't have another one, we're on the obligation, said as a board, we want to have a second one, why not use that? Tony, do you know the farm, are they, could they do the peer review in your opinion?
The board has a policy to say.
Who
but I
made,
mean-
who made the second, who was the second, who made the second on, oh, it was Doug, right? No,
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah, I made the first.
Yeah,
I
you
think
made the
Doug-
first and
Doug
then made
did
the second, okay.
Well, I guess
I say that because Doug, like he mentioned,
peer review, if the board wishes to hire fish kind for that, but the way this is written, it's collaborative, it's not just a peer review. I mean, if you read this, it says,
Well, what I think they're really looking for, and I could be wrong in this, but I think, is if when we have our methodology discussions, we'd like to be a part of that. It's limited to us. Will the board be willing to entertain him as an outside expert to find these for us?
I guess again, it's
And
important.
to be honest, to
but
have
it's
somebody,
he's not giving it to us, like he's
No,
not.
he'd be here and he'd participate.
Oh, yes, but he's not doing a peer review, because a peer review is him reviewing the documents and then giving his feedback to that person only presenting it to us. And then they're saying, I had a peer review and he agreed or he disagreed on those areas.
I
That's
didn't
what
know.
the peer review that I
I
was.
thought the peer review,
No.
she was gonna come before, same time Russ is.
You
and
wouldn't
say-
need to, because you would have seen the document, you would have give, my expectations, you would have seen the document, give Russ the information, and then I would have asked Russ, did he agree
I'm
and what was it?
explaining
Yeah.
him what I thought,
Yeah.
and that he would be here, that we could not pit him against each other, but hear the pros and cons from him.
Can I make a suggestion?
I'm listening.
Because I think we all interpreted this letter differently, and if Tony's going to be calling her anyway,
That's what I was gonna suggest.
ask
Like,
for some clarification
Okay.
and bring it back to you on the 21st.
Yes, because
Perfect.
right now, because what she says.
Well, my thing is whether it's 21st or 22nd or whatever, I don't want fish kind and wire together. Ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work.
In one important aspect.
There's history there.
As written here, it's just two concepts. One is peer review, but then it says collaborate. Collaborate or my kind of, the other
I hope they would.
So, but that's different than peer
That'd
review.
be proper.
Well, and then the last sentence
Just
about
perfect.
financial, something about financial in there.
well,
So get
but
clarification and come back, so I don't want us like to
Assume.
argue and assume something and it's totally different, it just needs to be clarified,
Okay.
so I'm open to it, I just need to
I'll
know
ask
what
Jan for that also.
they
I-
need.
I think it's best if you have somebody there every step of the way. So if there are difficulties, you work them out at that point. For instance, in my former life, if I had a project that I wanted to get through the General Assembly or a bill or whatever, I not only started with the people that were for it and wanted it, but I also went to the people that I thought would probably be against it. And by working through to develop something, they may not like it. And I stated it out front. You may not like this, but can you live with this? Can you live with this? Can you live with that? Can you live with this type of methodology? So that once it passes, then you have something that everybody
Everybody's
can
got
live
ownership.
with. Not necessarily like, because most of them didn't like the end result, because they were usually coming from two different points of view, which honestly is what we have here. So I would like, I mean, for instance, I would like somebody like Fishkind or whomever, and if we could find another person to be here and say, well, did you consider this? Did you consider that? And if Russ has, fine. Then we move on to the next thing.
So to that point, with Dr. Jones bailing, Tony told me of another name. Because again, these folks are few and far between. Count them.
There aren't many.
No.
And most of them are with Fishkind or left Fishkind.
Yes. So
Say it
I
again.
have.
Either have been with them or left. Kerry Garland is.
Yeah. So we're gonna reach out to that gentleman and see if he's interested. But really, that's my last choice.
Okay.
Well, and one other clarification I'll add to Jennifer. Again, it's not clear here whether or not the concept is that her client, pay for this Dr. Fishkind, or she asking, suggesting, or residents line suggesting that they pay for Dr.
Yeah, get a clarification.
Yeah, as much as we'd like to have residents pay for it, if the district's willing, I would support that.
Then it would be a contract of the district at that point.
And then you all can.
As a second opinion.
Well, they're all.
Well, you're making the assumption, Laura, that it's only one viewpoint. I would hope that whoever we
Do
hire,
you-
take an open mind to
Do you
it.
need a motion or what?
No, I think he's going back
I have
to get
direction.
clarification, and then I
Okay.
guess the 21st will make the motion on which route we're gonna take.
Okay, so
Need
we,
more information.
so we could put this on the agenda for the 21st and
Yes,
see.
please.
Yeah,
where
with
everything's at.
At
clarification.
least have a space for it, so that we
Yes.
don't have the problem of bringing it up
Right.
and then.
I would just say same thing, contractual district, keep it the same way.
No.
You want to move it up?
No, I wasn't gonna put that. I was gonna put a completely different item for a third-party review.
Well, coming back to
Well,
other items too, if you recall.
That's what we were just talking about.
Okay,
Contraction is one thing, methodology is something
So
altogether
there'll be
different.
two items then, coming back
That's what I-
also.
Oh,
On the
okay.
conversations that I have, if I can talk to you.
They don't commingle.
Gotcha.
that's what I'm,
They
I
do.
could read your mind.
not trying to rush my back.
Tony, did you have anything else under district manager items right now? All right. Agenda management, we did not, for the Stony Brook access control, I just want to touch on that. We did get one bid. It was 48 minutes after the bids were due. So, and the incumbent that is there did not bid. So we put that back out on the street,
This is for doing what?
access control at Stony Brook. So the incumbent did not bid. We're putting it back out on the street, and we've notified the HOA.
Is there a reason he didn't bid?
Don't know.
Who's the incumbent?
Statewide security.
So is it easier to, instead of going one by one, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
Not on agenda management.
I just have one feedback, regarding the President's Council meeting I just saw for someone.
Yes.
Admin, if it's any way that we can have Georgia reach out via phone to CAMs, or somebody just update that list. I
Way
still
off.
think that the list is off, because I've been talking in the street and they're like, no, I haven't received it. So either I don't know if we're just sending to the CAM and what we call as president, or somehow she can update that.
That whole list needs to be updated. It's way
I haven't
off.
seen it lately, but so that's one thing. And then I remember Doug had mentioned this at a previous meeting, because I did see that we put it out there that the President's Council meeting was canceled. But honestly, I want to put it back on them, because it wasn't canceled because of us. So if we can put in, like, it was canceled due to low attendance, only 5 HOAs have signed up. If you have not received this information, please reach out to the district to update information. I think that's really important to get out there. Because I don't want residents to think that, hey, we canceled,
Yeah.
you know, and I didn't want to call them out, but if that's what we want to do.
Just to show that,
We're trying.
our attitude. Went around Pond 94, around Pond 94 with Bob, and I think you went around too. We had
Separately.
people come out.
Separately. Y'all went separately.
Yeah, people came out. I was absolutely shocked at the number of people with CDD.
Oh, I'm used to that all
What's
the
a
time in
CDD?
Pelican. Who are
I
you?
mean, our getting out to these people is horrible. somehow,
We're
some
kinda
way,
used
we
to
gotta
that.
explain what we do. Maybe, they must see the flags and the banners that says CDD, get the bills. We just got the tax assessment. They saw $1,193, I guarantee you.
I know, yeah.
But
you're absolutely right.
They just
Through
don't have a
all
clue.
of Gateway, including Pelican.
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't know what we do, who we are, what we.
I don't know what you do to.
So that's my only thing that I have.
Frustrating.
Okay.
We're good?
Yep.
Bob, nothing?
Oh, I had nothing for agenda
Okay.
minutes.
So supervisor comments, do you have anything?
Oh, yes. Fire warrants?
Pardon?
Fire warrants,
Credits, fire and tech.
Nothing.
nothing. The next Tuesday, Parks and Rec has a 1:30 meeting. I cannot go to that meeting. I got a doctor's
I
appointment.
cannot go either.
Okay, can either of you guys go?
Not next week.
Next Tuesday, 1:30.
I'll reach
here.
out to Doug and see if he can go.
Okay.
I think I'm going to
Um,
Cincinnati next Tuesday.
Then October 1st, we started a new fiscal year. And one of the things that we had talked about during budgeting was the percentages of administrative time that was being billed to Pelican Preserve. And although Laura sends out the task thing, she does not necessarily give us an idea about the administrative time. I would like to ask for a report for October, because we finished the month of October now at the next meeting, as to what percentage everybody had and how many hours that equates to, so that we can also pass that on to PPAC and the subcommittee. Remember, we said we were going to try and be very diligent with the budget and cut down on administrative assistance as much as possible. And I've heard from some of the committees, for instance, that things are really rolling pretty good with all, probably except for safety and security. They're still fumbling a little bit, but landscape and ponds, they're running good. They may not need monthly meetings. They may.
The landscape, ponds is already quarterly.
Quarterly,
So
right.
it's going to be bi-monthly for landscape this year.
But
Yep.
I'm saying, we need to start getting that report every month so that when we come to budgeting, we can say, okay, we've got 6 months worth of reports and we have not used the amount of time that was originally budgeted for us.
So just to clarify, you do get that weekly, but Laura will add that to the monthly report
I've
at the
been-
next meeting.
I've been adding it to my monthly report for the last couple of months.
So how long, what's our history on this?
I want a
6
1
months, 8
month.
months?
Well,
I want it for this board and specifically budgeting processes.
But I'm saying I'm already including that.
well, it's
Well,
really wanting.
So you're
This,
looking for detail is what you're
well,
looking
what I
for?
want to know is, this is the maintenance ban that we have.
right.
And
It's a
it said
maintenance
for,
report that you sent.
for
No,
10/1,
there's, okay, go ahead.
18 hours were worked on swirly repair and sign repair. The next week is clean boardwalk and swirlied at Carina. What I'm really looking for is if they're working on a monument or a street, we know the number of that monument. Put down, I worked on monument 13, and I know where they were. Or I worked at cul-de-sac 14. They're all known things. When Daniel sends them over, he sends them to a spot. Tell me the spots. Don't just have monument repair and rust removal.
Okay.
That doesn't do squat as far as.
So
knowing what
Daniel's back, and you and I've talked, and we will try to get some better detailed
Okay.
information on that. But to Laura's point, you do get that weekly.
The
You-
admin hours are on there, that's all.
This is the admin hours, right?
Yes, that's,
Okay.
I put it on the right side.
But this tells me nothing, okay? It says that Chelsea worked 4.5 hours on
He wants the
something.
detail, he wants. to know
I want
just-
to, yeah, that's all. I mean,
Understood.
I'm not arguing
Not,
with the
not
hours.
like a lot of detail, just some,
Yeah.
like,
No, we have it. We'll get it.
You're working on things,
we'll get-
because quite honestly, and I'm not trying to, when I go through these lists that we have here, things that Tony works on, the thing that Tetra Tech works on, there's not a lot of meat in there for Pelican. But we got a hell of a lot of hours we built. So I'd like to know what building.
Okay.
So you can properly
Yep.
adjust. Okay.
We'll get
And we
that.
can fix.
Yeah, that's what I
I wanna
meant.
cut-
Like,
I wanna
the
cut out
goal
the
is
waste.
to- yeah.
We will get that added to the admin monthly report.
I don't even know who Julie is, but
Julie is the
Julie pays your
lady,
bills.
Julie pays your bills. You don't
Oh.
want to mess with her.
Yeah.
Nathan, I'm paying 7 hours a week for Nathan.
Nathan, the project manager.
We don't have projects that I
He
need
was
7 hours
filling in
worth
while
of.
Daniel was gone.
For the
All
whole
right.
month of, okay.
Yeah,
You
he
get
was,
the message.
he was, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
yes, we'll get additional
I'm
information.
glad you brought that up.
And then finally, the Stony Brook odor issue, the smells over in Stony Brook. It's been a couple months now. Is it fixed?
So it's, the odor control unit is working. We've hired as recommended by Tetra Tech, a third-party consultant to come in, and they do this for a living to evaluate lift stations and odor and all of this. And so they're gonna be doing their analysis, collecting data, and proposing a permanent solution that is beyond the odor control that we have right now. So that's cost us.
So it's not fixed yet,
It's
but
fixed.
we're working on it.
It's-
for it.
The odor control unit is working, it's fixed, but if the odor control unit goes down or power trips or something, there is the odor. I mean, because the odor control unit's off. So we're looking, again, for a permanent solution.
Okay.
My wife's
you.
looking for one of
A permanent solution? Yeah.
Ed, what do you have anything?
After that, no.
Bob.
One comment I would like to have passed along from staff to Russ Wire is, I asked him before he left, how difficult would it be to list the Pelican neighborhoods in the same manner he listed the Gateway neighborhoods? He said it wasn't a big deal, but I'd like to have that in his next report, rather than just having single-family homes or whatever.
Yeah, I don't see why not since we have it.
It's all there, we're all the same, so that's it.
What do you mean? He already had it listed in.
He only had Gateway listed by every neighborhood, but in Pelican, he bulked them together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's already got that, but
Okay. He said it wasn't a big deal.
neighborhoods and assessment
What else?
methodology.
Yeah, that's all.
That's it? All right, so with no other comments, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, thank you.
See you
I have
later.
signature. I need
Bye.
signatures.
Signature.
No, now you give me the red pen.
Oh, God, stand up.
I know, my bag